Okay. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you all to our monthly meeting of the PBD Conservation Commission. Today is Wednesday, April 21st, 2021. And today's meeting is being attended remotely to keep us safe from COVID. I'll read Governor's suspension of certain provisions for open meeting laws. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Laws 30A, subsection 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the PBD Conservation Commission will be conducted by a remote participation to the greatest extent possible. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public will adequately access the proceedings in real time by technological means. Okay. Tonight, members present for tonight's meeting, myself, Chairman Michael Rizzo, Vice Chairman Bruce Comack, Secretary Stu Lazarus, Commissioner Michael Vivaldi, Commissioner Melissa Bell, Commissioner Amanda Green, and our newest commissioner, Rita Marie Cavicchio. Welcome to the PBD Conservation Commission. She's our new alternate, and Lucia Denegro, who is our conservation agent. Okay. Okay, so tonight's agenda is as follows. The petitioners will make their presentation, and then they'll solicit comments and questions from the commission. When the commission has finished asking questions, at that time we'll open it up to the people who are attending so they could ask questions. First item on the agenda is under notices of intent. It's a continued public hearing on notice of intent submitted by Attorney John R. Kelty for Joseph Ruggiero, applicant, and Tedisco Properties, LLC owner. Proposed project is the renovation of existing professional office building to a funeral home with access, egress, alteration, upgrade in riverfront and FEMA flood zone. This is an after-the-fact filing. Work has commenced but has been halted by the building department. Property is known as 10 Chestnut Street, map 85, lot 87, the city of PBD. Who's going to speak on this matter?
I just want to make sure I have everyone. Is everyone in your team on here?
I just got in. My name's Darren Grady from Grady Consulting. I'm here on behalf of Joseph Ruggiero.
Am I missing a Richard? Is a Richard in your team?
No. No, I'm President Jack Kelty.
Do you guys have cameras?
I do. Hold on.
I do, but it's in the go.
Okay, if I present?
Yep.
Can I share my screen?
Yep, give me 1 second. I am going to allow you to share it. And you should be able to in about like a second, if you want to try.
How did I do? Can you see the original site development plan?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Was that a yes?
Can you guys see it? I can see it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
So there was a original site development plan that was submitted by Easton Land Surveyor Associates that showed the work on the property. This is submitted for a notice of intent, and there were some comments that were received from DEP. The comments included that it was missing a stormwater report, and no information was provided as far as flood volume loss and compensatory flood storage. I recently submitted a supplemental plan to address these comments, and I also provided a stormwater report. The supplemental plan shows two planting areas, and within the planting areas, a crushed stone beds. So the plantings will stabilize the soil around here and also protect the crushed stone beds. Crushed stone beds are going to allow storage area to compensate for the flood storage loss. So with this one here is 136 square feet. This one here is 142 square feet. Both are protected by vegetation. They should be maintained this way. It should be pretty simple. Flood storage compensation calculations are provided, and they do meet or increase the flood storage on site over what was shown to remove flood storage. Stormwater, since there's a reduction in pavement, there's a reduction in stormwater, and that's demonstrated in the stormwater calculations that I provided. This type of site is small, and you're not going to see that totally in the peak rate runoff. So I provided volume calculations to demonstrate that. What I think DEP was trying to also say is there's a certain section of 310 CMR 10 that we do need to meet, 10.58. And in my letter, I documented meeting those, and I can go through that with you. The lot's degraded as it's got no topsoil, and the degraded area is 10,964 square feet. The proposed work results in an improvement over the existing conditions as the impervious area is decreasing post-peak rate stormwater runoff towards the river and adding the additional flood storage. Stormwater management provided through the crushed stone beds. The beds are sized to use the voids within the stone to provide the compensation. The proposed work is no closer to the river than the existing conditions. The work is proposed towards the riverfront area boundary. The area work summarized in the storm development plan, 216 square feet, is less than the degraded area and is less than the 10% of riverfront area allowed. The applicant does propose restoration as far as the crushed stone beds and plantings, the 1-to-1 ratio. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
And Darren, could you just state whether or not you sent that package also to the DEP?
I did send that to the DEP. I sent it both electronically and hard copy.
So in summary, I think that when we left the last meeting, we had seen the DEP comments. My client, Joe Ruggiero, is friendly personally friendly with another attorney who got us to George Haler, who began to make us think outside the box, and that resulted in hiring Darren Grady, and we think Darren's done a very good job both addressing the comments of the DEP and the concerns of the PBD Conservation Commission. Thank you.
Who's flushing?
So has DEP commented yet on the revised plans?
So they weren't. The letter stated here is that they were ready to provide a number, file number, and that the approval was coming from you. That was my understanding.
Yes, you already have a file number. It's 55884. Typically, DEP doesn't really comment a second time around. Because they'll just appeal it if they feel that this does not meet performance standards for commercial.
So I think we're in a position to ask the board to act. Lucia, did you say it was 55894?
55-884.
Thank you.
Yep, you've had that for a while, actually, I think.
All right, well, it doesn't, I can't see any issues moving forward. Does anybody in the commission have any questions?
Through the chair,
Yes?
I was just wondering about what they're going to do with the snow stockpiling.
Yeah, Lucia had commented on a couple of things. Should we vote to issue an order of conditions that would be about stockpiling, no stockpiling snow along the bank of the river's edge. And also the need for the O&M plan would be in perpetuity.
And it also, the O&M plan, I'm pretty sure when I read it, that it does say that that the same thing. So I would just be adding it as a condition, but as long as the O&M is attached to the order. The O&M, snow removal will be the responsibility of the owner. Snow will be plowed from the driveway and shoveled or removed with a snow blower from walkways. Snow will be stored along the driveway's edge and walkway. Store area shall be as far from the resource area as practicable and not adjacent to the resource area. If additional stockpiling area is needed, excess snow will be removed from the site with proper off-site disposal. Stockpiling within any resource area is prohibited. So that's what it says in the O&M, and that would be in perpetuity even after this. But I do want to make sure that Mr. Ruggiero understands that. And you know, I'm right next door, so I'll definitely be policing this over the winter. But I have gotten calls, not from him, but in the past, people have called and asked if they could dump into North River. That's a huge no-no. You only can do that if the DEP, they'll normally give an emergency and allow people to do it, but it has to be, they have to get permission from the Concom. You have to use, snow farms first. And then if there's still no area for snow, then they might allow you to dump it in certain areas, but there's a lot of things that go along with it. After you do it, you have to come back, after the winter and check and make sure sedimentation isn't all messed up. So people shouldn't be dumping in the river, and I just want to make sure that Joseph knows that.
Yeah. So I would think that so I would think that there's a guideline for the property owner so they know, because the site isn't that big. So pretty much every snowstorm, he's gonna have to remove snow from the site. But I would probably say that anything within 15 feet of the proposed fence, with along the brook, in the brook area, would be the closest that you'd want to see any snow. Does that seem reasonable, Lucia?
If that's reasonable to you, yeah. I just don't want, they're gonna have a fence up anyway. Can you point to where the fence is? I would say no stockpiling on the other side of that fence, for sure.
No, that's a definite. I'm talking about, on small storms, where there isn't a real lot of snow. Obviously, the snow would have to be on the building side of the fence, but I would think that if you kept everything within 15 feet of the fence, no closer than 10 or 15 feet, then that would probably be okay.
I would also say that I believe Joe Ruggiero is mindful also of the fact that he needs parking for any funeral event, and as such, I think the contemplation is that more often than not, it's going to be removed.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that more often than not, we will be removing snow, particularly in plowable snow events
Okay.
that are, more than 2 or 3 inches, because
Yeah.
there isn't a lot of parking and we're going to need it.
Okay. Good.
In small storms, they can be stored on the crushed stone as well. That area is usable for that.
Yeah. Okay. If there's no more questions from either the commission or Lucia, we could open it up to anybody who wants to speak on this matter. They may be in attendance tonight.
Through the
Yep,
chair.
please raise your hand. I don't see anyone raising their hand yet. But I would just say that if you are going to close it, I did talk to Will Politz, and I mean, this is such a small project. I don't anticipate him, he's not going to be commenting on this. It's really up to you guys at this point. I think that they did their due diligence, and under redevelopment, I believe it basically is you have to try to make the site better.
Yeah.
And what they're showing here is the best they can do on this site.
Yeah, I would concur with that.
Through the chair.
Just the fact that introducing the fence in itself is a great big plus. What kind of fence is that, by the way?
Is it post and rail?
Yeah, post and rail. I think we were thinking about some type of a white PVC type of fencing.
Is it going to be open, or could there be you say post and rail? Does that mean it's all open? There's no vertical slats or?
First paddock?
Yeah, no, they'll be like vertical slats.
Okay, so that was
Yeah.
You won't really be seeing the brook.
No
Okay, so that's good. That
Yeah.
helps also contain any debris
debris. Yeah.
might blow around. So I think that's an improvement in itself.
So, Joe, it's going to be like post and rail then with a kind of a skirt.
Yeah. It'll be like a PVC fence.
All right. Okay.
Well, a post and rail fence is like
Yeah.
Guardrail.
No, it won't be a post and rail. It'll be like a PVC fence. I apologize.
like a stockade looking fence.
Yeah.
Okay, I would say we might want to put some signs on, if you guys want to put some signs or typical wording, no snow storage, so that someone doesn't get crafty and try to dump it over the fence.
Yeah. So you're gonna want to be careful anyways, because with a vinyl stockade type fence, you don't want people. You definitely don't want anybody pushing snow up against it.
Yeah.
So so that's good.
Yeah.
All right. Is anybody? Did anybody else want to speak on this?
Yeah, through the chair, I agree with Lucia. The only thing I want, I think this is a good project for what they're doing, but only because Lucia can't be there every day, and I understand that there's different snow contractors, there's all kinds of stuff. I think we need signs on the fence. No snow storage within 10 feet of the fence, period.
Okay, that's good.
And then we don't, and then it's there. If somebody can't see it, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Put the signs on, and I think it's a great, I think they've done everything they can do.
I do not see, no one has raised their hand yet, so I feel, I know all of these most of the people in here, so I would feel if you guys wanted to close at this point, I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay. Well, in that case, do you have a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Second by Bruce.
All right, I'm going to do a roll call. So in the absence of Travis and Arthur, both are alternates. Rita Marie and Amanda both have voting rights. So here goes the roll call. Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack,
yes.
Secretary Lazares,
Yes.
Commissioner Canton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
Did I pronounce that right?
Close. Cavicchio.
Cavicchio, sorry. Okay, so it closes unanimous.
Okay, do I have a motion to issue an order of conditions?
Move to issue order conditions with the recommended conditions of O&M in perpetuity, no snow stockpiling within 10 feet of a fence, and signs on the fence.
Okay.
How many signs?
I don't know. How long is the fence?
Maybe one down in the back corner.
How long is the fence?
I have like 58 feet from here to here.
So every 15 feet, 20 feet? No, 15 feet. I think you want at least 3 up there anyway.
Three there and one on the other side of the building then.
Yeah.
And one on the back side of the building that we can't see right now?
On
Yeah.
the driveway side. Yep. Okay.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor for a standard order of conditions, 1 through 50, adding condition, O&M is in the O&M, yes, is in perpetuity, and that would go on the certificate as well. Snow should be stockpiled at a minimum of 10 feet away from the river. 4 signs total on the fence.
10 feet away from the fence, not the river.
10 feet away from the fence. Got it. So that was made by Stuart.
Yep.
Second by,
Michael?
All right, I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Chairman Rizzo,
yes?
Vice Chairman Comack,
Yes.
Secretary Lazares,
Yes.
Commissioner Canton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, it passes unanimously
Good.
with those conditions.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you for your time, commissioners.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Done.
Next item on the agenda, we good to go, Lucia?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 2, under notices of intent. It's a public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Jose Vasquez and Ambassador Pools for Tom and Lisa Clark, owners, Proposed project is installation of an above-ground pool at single-family residence. Property is known as 21 Cicinos Drive, map 114, lot 139 in the city of PV.
I just promoted, I believe I promoted the homeowners and Jose to panelists, so they now will be able to unmute themselves and turn their cameras on if they have one.
Hi, everyone. This is Jose from Ambassador Pools.
This is Lisa and Tom Clark. I hope you can hear us.
Yeah.
Okay. We're new at this.
I'm going to share my screen for them. I think this might, I don't know if this is Jose's first meeting, but I'm just going to kind of help him out here a little bit.
Okay.
So this is Cicinos Drive, the up on Boulderwood, and they are putting a pool in, and let me see if I can share my screen. You guys can see my screen now, right?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, so this is the plot plan, and there's the easement, but it doesn't show our little sign, but it's outside of the no build zone. I also have the as-built if you guys want me to zoom in on that so you can see exactly where this is.
You mean the as-built?
Well, there, when Mike Salamini, when Mike Salamini, got a full certificate of compliance before he sold this, he submitted here we go, an as-built plan. You'll recognize it. So the thing is they had a surveyor who obviously didn't understand about wetlands. So do you guys hear that feedback? It's kind of driving me crazy.
No.
All right, so this is 21 Cicinos right here. And this is where Mike put the sign, and he had to post them in odd places because of the topography and the boulders up there, hence why it's called Boulderwood. So I actually told Jose he probably would be okay with filing an RDA on this, but he filed an NOI, which is even better. The most important thing is obviously no work is done past that conservation sign. So I would like to ask the homeowners, where is the pool and location to this sign? Because Mike put these signs up, and that's basically, they're stuck with that no disturb zone, not the, that's the no disturb zone as of now.
Yes, yeah, we aren't going to do anything beyond that post. To be honest, where that post is, the way Mike did the topography here, there's actually a slope that goes down where that post is. So we really can't use that anyway.
Right. I took a look at her property as well. I pull all the permits for Ambassador Pools. And I try to take a careful look at the property and the land around to see how the pool is going to be laid out in the backyard in accordance to setbacks. I did notice that when I looked this property up on several different platforms online, that there was a big drop off and the pool's not going anywhere near where it indicates Stone Post Conservation Area. It's going to be going pretty much right by where you see deck and those stairs come down to the right. Before you even reach the intersection of the dotted line that says 100-foot buffer zone and the curved dash going to the right around the corner, the top right corner of the backyard.
So is there a plan that shows the pool, on a plan that shows that information we already seen? In other words, is the, oh, okay, all right, I see. So, okay, so it's not connected to the other deck, the deck that's off your house.
Oh, no, it's got a deck all around the pool, but we will not be connecting it.
Okay, I see it. So this is an above ground pool.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Yep, okay.
Through
And the pool is 16 by 24 with a deck around it.
through the chair, if it's not in the buffer, then why are they here?
Not in the buffer?
I think it is in the buffer.
It is in the buffer?
Well, that's the DEP had a problem with this plan, because exactly that the resource doesn't show on here, but I can go back. I mean, he had to get a permit to build a house, so I'm not sure if it not being in the buffer would be. The wetlands are right here.
Which house is it?
So I'm not sure why.
I'm sorry. Which house is it?
It's this one right here. And it is in the buffer. The buffer zone line's right here.
Okay.
Yeah, it barely touches the buffer zone, basically. Right where you see SF, SF on that map, lot 29B, 14,832 square feet. Right where you see SF is basically where the footprint of the pool ends. So, you know, the decking is being supported by patio blocks attached to the pool, and it's the 98% of the pool is outside of that buffer zone. So it's all of it's inside.
Great. Very good.
So it says lot 92, the pool's gonna go right around like here?
No, below that, before that buffer zone begins, to the right of those stairs, because that deck wraps around the house.
It's going here?
Yes.
Okay, that's not what the other plan shows. So this is why DEP was DEP wrote a bunch of comments on this. I've honestly never seen DEP ever write as many comments as they have on a pool. So
Yeah, it does. The plan that you have shows it in a different spot.
The plan that she indicated?
She has a plot plan that somebody put a blue square on.
Yeah.
And it's not where it shows, or it actually might be where it shows, but the plan is wrong. I don't know.
That's fine. So like the buffer zone cuts across part of that upper left corner, and most of it, the majority of the pool is probably, it looks like, if I had to guess from the lines I'm looking at the plan in front of me, that probably about 20% of the pool might be in the buffer zone and 80% of it is out.
Right.
Something like that.
Where's the buffer zone?
that's the problem with that DEP had, was they couldn't tell where it was. So
well, right now, the pool is being shown 16 feet off the house, 18 feet off the sideline on the right side, and 48 feet on the left. And the pool is a 16 by 24 foot pool with a little deck around it. So we know exactly where the pool's going.
but it doesn't look like this was an engineered plan. I mean, this is from 2019.
Yeah, that's just a survey plan.
Just a mortgage plot plan.
Well, yeah, I mean, technically you really can't like alter a plan. It's considered plagiarism, or it should say right on this that it's considered plagiarism to edit it. But I mean, if you got, I told him he could file an RDA. So this is above and beyond. It's however you guys feel, as long as the pool condition is added, which it is, which it would be because it's 1 through 50. It's number 49.
Oh, I think they've done their homework. I think they've done a good job. Does anybody have more questions from the commission?
Yeah, you know what?
And the grade, you're not really changing the grade because it's an above ground pool, so, you know, the back, probably if I had to take well, you tell me, but I would say the back of the pool, the back part of the pool would either be flush with the existing ground or maybe just slightly in about 6 inches and the front.
Correct. It's less than 6 inches. We just grade the surface. We just scratch the surface to get the grading right.
Yeah, and the front side of the pool then closest to the house might be cut in about 12 inches.
Correct.
Okay. Because I was looking at the contours, and so I think it's a good plan. I think it's clear to me.
Yeah, well, Michael, according to the dimensions on the plan, it's not where it shows. That's all. Because that deck, there's no way that deck is less than 10. That deck size is less than 10 feet off the house, and it shows the pool only 16 feet off the house. So it's got to be right. It's just on that plan is misleading, even though it says 16 feet. It's just not right. But where they're putting it, I don't think hardly any of it's in the buffer.
Yeah, no, the reason why it looks like it's not right, to be honest with you, is because like we've been discussing, it's not on the plan that has the finished site plan as is, because, you know, at the back of that house is it, you know, between the house and that pool deck, there's an extension, there's an add-on in that house. You know, that deck finishes larger than it appears right there. So those stairs are finished. Where you would see stairs coming down from that square deck on the left back of the house, that there's not actually stairs there to the right of that square. That's all finished deck that leads to a finished section of their house. So right through that red line is like another 10 by 10, and then there's space to the pool.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, and then the deck that's on the house is like a 10 by 10 deck.
Correct.
And so looking at that dimension, I would think that the pool is shown correctly. Really, pretty close. Yeah, so that's a 10 by 10 deck. So if you look at where the pool is relative to that, it's like another 5 feet away. So I think it's pretty close to where we think it is.
Right around here. I mean, it really doesn't matter where it goes at this point, as long as it's not on the other side of this conservation area.
No, he's putting the pool where he said he's putting it. He's not putting the pool down by that sign.
I know, but I'm just saying that other plan, in my opinion, is not really, I mean, it wasn't done by a surveyor, the pool.
But we're not approving a different location than what's in front of us. So the question of where that monument that's way down the corner, that's not even up for discussion. The pool is not going anywhere near there. The pool is up by the building, and it's 16 feet off the house. And anything other than that, then it's not approved.
I guess just to emphasize that if they need to empty the pool, the water is not going to be drained to the wetlands.
Yeah, Lucia included some wording as to recommendations and conditions, and we would follow that. And I was just wanted to make sure if anybody else had any questions, or if there are any neighbors or anybody in attendance that wants to speak about this project. Nobody, Lucia? Nobody has a
I
hand?
don't see any hands yet. No one got in touch with me. Normally, if someone had a problem, they typically will reach out. I don't see anyone right now, so I would probably say that would be a safe bet.
Okay.
Do you want to let the
there's no other
people know what the
What's that?
I didn't hear that. If there aren't any more questions from the commission, then would somebody want to make a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Okay, I'm going to do a roll call. Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comet,
yes.
Secretary Lazares,
Yes.
Commissioner Canton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
Very good. So Lucia put together some recommendations of conditions 1 through 50. And reminding the owner of condition number 49. So it's important to know, the property owner needs to know that, chlorine can be harmful to resource areas. So if you lower the water in the end of the season, put a cover on it, we expect that you would add no chlorine and let it sit for 7 days before you dewater any portion of that. And that we recommend a dry well. They didn't show a dry well on the site. Is that, should we hold them to that, Lucia? Is that a requirement?
No, it's normally never required in PBD. I mean, if someone has a dry well on their property, that's, that is what the preference of DEP would be.
Yeah.
And the commission at the time when they drafted their bylaws. But the main thing is 7 days of no addition of chlorine or any chemicals if you do need to drain it. I think most people don't drain it anymore. Maybe Jose could speak to that. If
You lower it, you gotta lower it below the skimmer.
Correct. With these kayak pools, he is correct. The skimmer is installed at the height of the pool wall, closest to the top where you get the most height out of the swimming pool area of the body of water. And then the pool just goes right under the return, which is about 1.5 feet from the top. So yeah, when we drain it, we'll make sure that we satisfy those order of conditions, that we don't add chlorine to the pool, so that when the water is taken out, we're being sensitive of the environment.
Okay.
Yeah, so do the owners understand that? Because I'm sure, Jose, you're not going to be at their house every fall to help them with this.
Well, I do hope that they are going to open and close our pool as long as we have it, but yes,
Really?
I understand. And
We offer those services.
Oh, wow. I am like so poor. I didn't realize that was actually something that people do. Okay, well, there you go.
Well, they'll have a copy of the order of conditions, so just, look that over and understand it, what we're asking of you. And if you have any questions, you can call us back and ask. It's pretty simple.
okay, yeah, I'm new to this, so I'm very, So there will be an order of conditions put on our property?
This notice of intent, you will receive an order of conditions that stays with you. We have a record on it here at City Hall. So just refer to that when you comes to
Needs to be recorded.
lowering, the water. Yeah, this gets recorded at the registry of deeds also.
Okay.
So
Now,
I think
does that get released at some point?
No.
through the
Just
chair.
because I know when Mike Solomini, when we did the house, we got like a partial release of an order of conditions. And then when the grass came in, we got a full release of the order of conditions that had to be recorded.
I think that's different. That's a certificate of compliance, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, you can probably.
So do we have to get a certificate of compliance for this order of conditions?
The order of conditions is something by itself. If you have a certificate of compliance, we hope that it's a full certificate. If it isn't, you should come to us and get one.
Yeah, no, I do now.
Okay.
No, I meant for the pool. If there's an order of conditions, do I then at some point have to get the certificate of compliance?
Mm-mm.
Through the chair, if you, and it's very common, if you eventually remove the pool, it's an above ground pool, you should come back to us to get, because there's going to be an order of condition that, you're going to have, basically certain things you can do and can't do on the property.
Right.
Right.
So if you take that pool down, you should make people aware of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not going to be an issue. We're going to make sure we work with the homeowner to satisfy the order of these conditions. We remain to stand by you in the city of Peabody. We got a lot of other pools going in with the city of Peabody, and we've been successful at pulling permits. Also, one thing I do want to mention is that we don't intend to ever pull this pool down. A lot of our pools stay up for 30, 40 years. It's basically an in-ground pool above the ground.
Right.
If they need us to take it down, then we'll work with them to be sensitive of the environment for sure. Because this is definitely obviously something that we're dealing with, a special backyard here.
To answer her question, yes, you guys filed a notice of intent, and then within 21 days of tonight, I am supposed to draft what's called an order of conditions. Then before work starts after the appeal period, there's a 10-day appeal period after that. Then you can record it at the registry of deeds, give me the recording information. When you're done installing the pool, you then file for a certificate of compliance. Because otherwise you're going to have an open order. And if you try to sell your house, which you probably won't, because it's a beautiful house,
Thank you.
not going to be able to sell your house with an open order of conditions. Sometimes you can't even refinance with them, but I don't know how that goes. So you want to think of an order of conditions as a mortgage, and the discharge is the certificate of compliance.
Okay. All right. That answers my question.
Very good.
So right now there is a motion to issue an order of conditions 1 through 50. I think Stu made that.
Second.
Second.
And Mike Vivaldi seconded it.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to do a roll call. Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack.
Yes.
Secretary Lazares.
Yes.
Commissioner Canton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, it passes unanimously, and I will email you guys when it's ready for you to pick up.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everybody.
You're
It's much
welcome.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy your pool.
Thank you. We hope to with all the grandkids.
Very nice.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Well, Lucia, you're still implementing those electronic signatures, right?
Only for recorded land. It can't do it on land court, so hopefully she's not land court. I don't think she is, though.
So Lucia, that raises an interesting, I hadn't thought of that once the pool is up, and many times we've allowed pools that are in the buffer zone or partially in the buffer zone. But at some point, if they wanted to remove the pool, they need to come back to us. I didn't even think of that. We don't, so maybe that might be something if we ever change our conditions or want to modify a condition, we can say for pools, it goes for anything. It goes for a pool or a building, but even a pool, if you're removing the pool and it's in the buffer zone, you need a permit to take it down.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, if at a next meeting, I mean, obviously not for this, it can't be on this project because you already voted and they already left. But in the future, we could add that you do not need like city council or anything to change your conditions.
Yeah.
So these are your conditions. It's not, it was when you created the bylaw, from what I understand, back in 2001, Marilyn said that the MACC helped you guys draft the standard, the Peabody standard, which is now 20 to 50, adding on from DEP's 1 to 20. So that is definitely something that we can add in there in the future. I just don't know if it's something you want me to add in on this one. But it sounded like she was fine with that.
No, that's fine. No, I'm okay. But maybe in the future, we should just consider that. We can bring it up next time. Okay.
I would agree.
Well, if you want to move forward, item number 3 on the agenda is a notice, public hearing on notice of intent submitted by Bill Manuel, Wetland and Land Management, Inc. for Regency Realty Trust. Alfred DeMambro, trustee. The proposed project is the construction of 2 buildings and site improvements, paving, utilities, etc. in riverfront to the North River. Property is known as 11 to 13 Waller Street, map 85, lot 41A in the city of Peabody.
Bill is in the audience for the Roadhouse. He did email me, or he actually texted me about 4:30 today and said that he was looking for a continuance. I'm not sure if Bill wants to request one himself in person or on Zoom, or maybe he's not even at his computer right now.
But he wanted to continue this item?
Hi, Bill Manuel speaking. You caught me by surprise as I was working on some other stuff. Yes, I would like to request a continuance for 11 to 13 Wallace Street.
All right.
Continue to your May meeting.
Okay.
Till when?
Are you aware, Bill, of the comments from DEP?
I'm aware of those. We've prepared letters to address that. Most of that information was in the notice of intent.
Okay.
When are we continuing this till?
Your May
Next
meeting, which
May?
is May 19th.
Okay.
All
I
right.
didn't know if it was May or June, so. Okay.
May 19th, 2021.
Very good.
So if anyone is in the audience, if you wanted to speak on this item will be continued until May 19th, and you'll have to email me to get a link to the agenda, or you'll have to, looks like someone's raising their hand. Stu's raising their hand?
No, not me. No.
Yes, you are.
Well, I didn't mean to.
All right, hold on. Let's just make sure no one else is. So it doesn't seem like anyone's in the audience raising their hand that is interested. But if you are, please email me in May and I will send you the Zoom link. My email address is on the city's website under the Conservation Commission. So we do need a motion.
I have a question through the chair. In your staff comments, you recommend that we do a site visit before making a motion, which would be in May. But when would be an appropriate time to do a site visit?
Well, right now, the health department, I don't know if you guys got a chance to read in my numerous emails from today. The health department did issue a violation. And it sounded like the owner got back in touch with Randy, one of the health inspectors, and basically told him he's grandfathered in and that he'd deal with the building commissioner and not Randy. So that should also really be taken care of before you guys are making a motion to issue an order of conditions. If we have another department that has an issue with this site, we really should be, being a team.
Okay.
All right, through the chair, Lucia, is this the old post office building?
No.
It's behind it. It's that trashed area that has like stockpiles. You guys voted on an ORAD a couple months back.
They cleared the trash. They cleared the trash from the site.
No, they didn't. They cleared trash that was in the actual river that fell off the site into the river.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so that's the old Clark Steel Drum Seat site?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't know.
Chairman Rizzo, I can just chime in. Brendan Callahan, the Assistant Director of Planning. I can just chime in quickly on Bruce's question. It's not the old Clark steel barrel drum. It is the rear of the lot behind the post office. It's kind of a fenced-in area, but I believe I haven't seen the NOI, so I don't know if it also includes the post office lot, but it is the post office lot.
Okay. All
Yes,
right.
the fenced area behind the post office lot. I do not think it includes the post office. But I mean, if we're gonna open the hearing for discussion, that's either it's, because once we start discussing this in depth, now these are the commissioners here that can vote on it because we don't have the Mullen rule.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've already requested that in writing and now verbally that this be continued to the next meeting. So we really shouldn't be having any discussion on this.
Right. I agree. So I don't know if whether we second I think there was a motion made. I don't think we seconded it. Did somebody second to continue this?
Seconded.
Okay.
Who made the motion? I didn't hear it.
Stu did.
Okay. I thought Stu asked about going on a site visit.
Oh, I thought somebody mentioned about.
I made a motion when Stu asked that, but I can make the motion again. Motion to continue.
Okay, and it was seconded by Amanda. All right, so roll call. Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack. Vice Chairman Comack.
Bruce, you're
Secretary?
muted.
Did someone just talk? Secretary Lazaris.
Yes.
Commissioner Canton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack.
Still muted.
Well, I mean, he has the ability to unmute himself. So it can pass without him. So it passes with 6 people with Bruce not voting.
Okay. Okay, the next item on the agenda is under orders of condition, amendment to order of condition. Public hearing on an amendment request for an existing order of conditions for DEP file number 55-861, submitted by Peter Ogren from Hayes Engineering, Inc. His work is a 180-unit apartment building with changes to the original plan. The applicant is requesting confirmation if a new NOI is required or if the work can be approved under an amendment request per DEP's policy. Property is known as 7 Dearborn Ave, map 78, lot 19, in the city of Peabody.
John Kelty for the applicant with respect to 7 Dearborn. I'm working in this instance with Peter Ogren at Hayes Engineering, who is here this evening. We have been with this matter before the commission earlier. This is an amendment, formal amendment that has been filed by Hayes Engineering. And we're asking to amend DEP file number 55-861. The modifications in our, as set forth and as Mr. Ogren will explain, we believe to be well within the area and parameters with respect to the guidelines to adopt an amendment. And with that, I would leave it to Mr. Ogren.
Thank you. I've just put up the site plan that we filed. Can everybody see it on their screen?
Yep.
Okay. Basically, I'm here representing 7 Dearborn Limited Partnership, who originally came to you and requested the order of conditions under DEP file number 55-861, and you issued an order in October of 2019. Since that time, another party's become interested in actually executing the project. And in doing so, they had a number of what I consider to be fairly minor modifications that they wanted to make. The project itself doesn't change in complexity as far as the commission is concerned. The resource areas that are on the adjoining land remain the same. There's an intermittent stream and bordering vegetated wetland, and the intermittent stream is shown in the chart that I've got up here in blue, and the bordering vegetated wetland adjoining it is shown, was flagged on the ground and located and is shown in green. The buffer zone to that bordering vegetated wetland is shown in kind of a dashed green line, and the two yellowed areas that I show, I can kind of make them a little bigger to make them easier to see, are the activities that are actually under the jurisdiction of the commission, although I'm sure you're aware that in a project of this nature, if you come before the commission, we're also subject to stormwater management, which when we filed this, we also filed a complete new hydraulic analysis to show that we had met the standards of the stormwater recommendations. I've listed in my letter of request, I've listed the major features of the amendment. And what I'd like to do is just go over the letter in a little bit more detail. Number one, which is area 1 on your screen, and I can blow that up. That's the area that we're showing you now. There's about a 1,400 square foot addition to the building itself. This came through some reconfiguration of units inside of the building and some other reconfigurations that we'll talk about a little later. So the building is actually 1,400 square feet bigger, and it's in the area that I'm showing as area number 1 on this chart. The second was the elimination of underground parking, which was originally under the pool, and that's over here at area number 2. You may recall we had underground parking with a pool above it on the original plan. I think that the new proponents of the project think that that was probably not a good idea to try and put a pool on top of the garage, underground garage roof. And so they've asked to move it. So that underground parking has been eliminated. Item 3 is moving the pool over to the kind of the northeast corner or northerly corner of the site in area number 3. So that's where the new proposed pool is located. That area previously had been a courtyard and patio. Now it would house the area of the pool. There's been some general changes in the parking configuration, and I just indicated number 4 down in the corner here. Most of the geometric changes came in the area of that southeasterly parking lot. When the pool was removed, obviously we went into that area with parking, and then the geometry changes that were a result of removing the pool and putting parking there led to some changes in configuration and grading in area number 4. Number 5 was the addition of a single storm scepter unit, and that's I've indicated number 5 up in the corner here. The reason for that was the changes in the configuration of the parking, and what we did in item number 6, which I haven't mentioned yet, resulted in the need to treat a small additional portion of stormwater because of the grading, and in doing so, we couldn't capture it by the storm scepter that we had on the main drainage system. So we added a single CDS 1515 storm scepter catch basin in order to capture that flow and to treat it before it discharges into the infiltration system. The last item, item number 6 in my request, was to raise the entire site an average of around 2.5 feet. Now, it's not specifically 2.5 feet everywhere, obviously. It starts out at essentially the same grade up in that northeast corner of the site, or northerly corner of the site, and then gets to a much higher increase in grade as we go around the building and down towards the lower parking lot on the southerly or southwesterly corner of the site. The reason for doing that was because the original grading plan of the site had a considerable export in material, and it was thought that it was a better solution from a grading standpoint to raise the site than it was to have the export material that was on the original grading plan. So there's been a general grading plan, although the concept of the drainage doesn't change. Catch basins and discharges are essentially in the same location, and the concept of the grading scheme, which was to infiltrate all the roof runoff, infiltrate some treated runoff in the front of the building, and do that in the stormwater management area, which was reviewed by Will Pollitt before, and the test holes were reviewed. So that whole concept and geometry is the same. There were some changes in elevation because of the raising of the site. That explains what we applied for initially, and then in the course of further reviewing the order of conditions which you issued, the new proponents of the project had 2 requests that we thought you might consider at this meeting as well. One of them was that in condition number 43, it stated that absolutely no work beyond this point signs are required every 6 feet. That's at the limit of activity. It was thought that the minimum of 6 feet was a little bit onerous in terms of the number of signs that it would require, particularly in light of the fact that for the most part, we're in the outer fringes of the buffer zone with our activities, and wondered if maybe every 50 feet wouldn't be sufficient, and if we couldn't get that order amended. And the other one that they requested was in condition number 44, was to permanently mark the edge of the wetland. And the wetland is quite far. It's actually on the adjoining property. And it's quite far away from us. You can see the green line being the edge of the wetland, and the yellow areas being activity that are subject to the order conditions. So it was thought that really, if we had the every 50 feet, if we had the signs indicating absolutely no work beyond this point at the limit of work line, we really wouldn't need to have permanent markings along the edge of the wetland on the adjoining property. That concludes my formal presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that I can with the commissioners. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want me to leave the drawing up, Lucia, or should I stop sharing my screen?
Well, I was looking at the, I can't find it now, when I was reviewing the files. I noticed you said you added to the size of the building.
That's correct. There's about 1,400 square feet down in that northwesterly corner where I have item number 1 indicated. It was just the lengthening of that wing.
But I thought I read, and I can't find it now, I thought I had seen somewhere when you were doing a comparison between the original site and the original project and amenities, so forth, that you weren't increasing the number of units, rooms or something. Am I mistaken?
The number of units doesn't change. I can't speak to the number of rooms, but John Scheip is with us, who represents the prospective purchasers. He might be able to speak to the number of rooms, but the number of units doesn't change. The unit mix may change some. I don't have information on that.
I see. So if there's more building area and the same amount of units, that means the units may be bigger. Is that what?
Well, yeah, but it's 1,400 square feet in a huge footprint. It's it's not a very big increase in it's 1,400 square feet. That would be the ground surface area of maybe one typical unit. And again, it's because of a change in the geometry of the parking is part of it, and then geometry of the building itself. I don't know, John, are you on?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
The number of units didn't change, the program hasn't changed, and the number of parking spaces also hasn't changed, and there's been no changes that necessitate any change in quantity of parking spaces. Also relevant to, I believe, this conversation, Peter, you checked for us, and we also did not increase the lot coverage, which probably is the more interesting note for this commission is our impervious coverage. So that didn't change, which I think is important.
Yeah.
I don't know. Through the chair,
Yes.
I'm looking at the Cube 3 drawings. How could the parking not have increased? Because I thought you eliminated parking under, but where the old pool was is now parking.
That's correct. I mean, there is a net change in imperviousness, a slight change in imperviousness. That was what gave rise to the new hydraulic study, to make sure that we accommodated and met the stormwater management.
So yeah, and thank you for correcting me on that, Peter. The parking that you see used to be underneath of the building, underneath of the swimming pool. Isn't that right, Peter?
Yes, correct.
Parking.
Some of it. There was also an increase in the number of garage spaces under the building itself, exclusive of those that were under the pool area, and that's the one in the 1,400 square feet. The first probably 8 or 10 cars in the parking garage as you enter it were not there before, because that was not inside the building and they weren't there. So those were added to make up for some of the ones that were lost underneath the pool area. And then others were picked up in various areas on the site to make up the total number of parking space. And as I say, a whole new hydraulic study was done and was submitted as part of the application to show what any changes were as far as imperviousness and watersheds and so forth. But the concept of the water, the stormwater management plan remains the same.
Okay.
Well, it just seems like there's a lot more impervious, but, obviously you guys have done the calcs.
So we haven't heard back from engineering yet on this, though, the change plan?
No, through the chair. One quick question looking at this, the 10-foot wide level spreader, how are they going to install that when the erosion controls aren't around it? Like, what's going to protect the wetlands when I'm assuming they're going to need to do some groundwork to install that 10-foot wide level spreader. Am I correct?
Yes, we do, but the erosion control is down gradient of it.
No, it's not. It's right above it. It says straw wattle right above it. You're not showing it. I don't know what you're zooming in on, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, what are you talking about? I'm zooming in on the level spreader that there is right there, 10 feet in width, and the hay bales are right below it.
Can you zoom it out so I can see? It's over right where it says we're at Dearborn, at where the inn is, between the inn and the LLC, and then it says wetland flag number 21.
Okay, that's down gradient of the wall that's out there, and that can be constructed from the top side of the wall and with very little disturbance. That's just that was just designed to that pipe that's there is an overflow discharge from the infiltration system. And that can be constructed with very little disturbance. If you're concerned about erosion control below, we can add erosion control below that. That's not a problem. But there's very little disturbance there, and it's below the wall, and it's a very small area. It's about 5 by 10.
I know, but isn't a level spreader where you cut it out a little bit and then you put in some stone so that it has the water dissipating a little slower, it slows the velocity down? Am I not understanding what a level spreader is?
No, that's correct. That's what it is.
So, I mean, if the commission doesn't think they need erosion controls right there, I mean, I don't remember what the wall looks like and it being on the other side of the wall, how that's going to make it so that they don't need erosion controls. I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding.
Well, I mean, if you do that from the high, dig that from the high side of the wall and put in the curbs and put the stone in there, there's very little disturbance, and the stone keeps the bed itself from eroding. I mean, I don't see where it's a great source of erosion, but if there's a concern for that, Lucia, we certainly can do it.
How would you construct that spreader? It's about a 10 to 12 foot drop from the top of the wall.
It is.
So how would you get the stone? You're gonna be able to get equipment that close to the wall?
Yeah, well, we're working from the top side of the wall.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it appears that you've covered the bases. I think you've accommodated what needs to be accommodated, but I think we haven't heard back from public services on this yet. Keeping in mind that you're trying to do this under an amendment.
Right. This plan, actually, as you see it this evening, has also been through Community Development Authority, reviewing it on behalf of site plan review under the Residential Overlay District. And these changes were on that plan.
Yeah.
Through the chair, Will Paulitz did call me yesterday and said he wasn't gonna get around to vote to reviewing this for this meeting. So it's really up to the commission if you feel like I can look at stormwater calcs, and it doesn't mean I'm gonna understand them.
I wasn't, the stormwater calcs was not, my concern was just that there was, and I'm not even concerned with the, moving things around, but it was just, it's a bit of a change in the, grading, the site, the elevations of the site. The site is higher than before.
That's correct.
And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I just would like to have heard what Public Services might have any questions regarding that.
I was not included in the meeting that they had with other departments, so I was looped in after they had that meeting. And once I saw this, I realized this falls under an amendment.
I think it could.
Well, no one told me that they were changing the grade as much as you are saying now.
No, it says it in their modification report, describes a change, changing the site grading to eliminate the majority of soil export. So they keeping the material on site rather than having to export. But are you bringing in material from a borrow pit? Are you bringing it from another site? Where's this material coming from?
No, the site as it is here is pretty well balanced in accordance with the quantity calculations we've done now. Ledge is always an unknown, as I'm sure you're aware, as far as how much swell you get from it and how much of it's used for, walls on the site and so forth. But basically, if you look at the raw quantities, the site is pretty well balanced now. It was a surplus before. There's quite a bit of grade across the site.
So you have a lot of rock excavation anticipated, ledge ex?
I think there's a fair amount of rock anticipated to be excavated, yes.
Okay, so that results in about a 25% swell in that volume.
The swell can be, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
This, Mr. Chairman, this revised plan substantially decreases the amount of ledge excavation that would have been required. So.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a reason.
Right.
That's a reason. That's what I'm trying to understand. Why are you picking the site up? So by doing that, you reduce the amount of rock excavation necessary.
Exactly. And in fact, we replicate existing grades a little bit more.
Yeah.
You know.
And a 2.5 foot raise in this site is not, it wouldn't even be perceptible to the eye.
Yeah, and I think it's, that's good engineering. It's good value engineering to look at that and look for an opportunity. So for that reason, I wouldn't have any real concerns with the change in the grade then. It would be nice if Will could have weighed in on it to, what's your schedule?
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for asking. So by the way, I'm John Scheib, and I'm here on behalf of Fairfield Residential. We have it under contract from the seller. We've been looking at the site for 6 to 8 months with all of the normal due diligence types of activities that we normally go through. And this is what we do for a living, is we build projects like this. We have extended our contract with them a couple of times. So schedule-wise, it would be very helpful if we could leave this evening with approval from your board, your commission here. We'd really appreciate that. I think that Peter and Jack have done a good job assisting us, and Lucia, thank you as well. But we do feel we've laid out reasons where the the limit of work hasn't extended very much, or if at all. It's the same program, it's the same number of units. We did file with the zoning board and got variances reestablished, and we met with the CDA and got that reestablished. So we're moving along pretty quickly, and we actually hope to start construction at the end of this year. So that's the schedule. Yeah.
Okay, and my understanding that there was associated with the project, the previous footprint, there was some off-site mitigation that you guys need to do on the other side of the street. So does this affect any of that?
No.
Right, and Will Paul, if I could, Will Paulitz has been terrific to work with. I've been working with him now for 5 or 6 months, talking about this project, what we're doing, sanitary sewer, waste water, and we do have off-site work that we still need to perform, and this doesn't change any of that. All of those requirements are still in the zoning board and the CDA approvals.
So your water demand and all that other stuff, that's not affected?
It's not affected in any way. In fact, since we've gotten on board, we've advanced those studies a little bit further to further clarify, working with Weston and Sampson, exactly the scopes that are necessary.
Okay. How about any other questions from the commission? Does anybody feel that they can't, well, first of all, is anybody here in attendance that wants to speak on this matter other than either the commission or anybody else? Is anybody else here tonight that wants to speak on this? No hands, Lucia?
Nope, not yet. Sometimes it takes people a little bit of time to figure out how to do it, though.
Yeah.
So please raise your hand if you want to speak on this. I highly doubt there is going to be anyone. No one was here the first time around. No one's emailed me.
Okay.
Still no hands.
All right, well, seeing no other comments, what does the commission want to do?
Through the chair, I have no problem voting on this tonight. If we want to put a contingent upon Will Paulitz's comments, I don't see that as a problem. It seems like it's a solid project.
Yeah.
It's in a great spot, and I don't know. It seems like they got everything. Seems like they've got all their I's dotted and their T's crossed.
Yeah. Well,
Has Will, through the chair, Attorney Kilty, has Will reviewed this in depth, or was he just at a meeting? Because I'm just afraid if you guys, I don't want another 190 rear Newberry Street where the commission closes it out and then Will wants changes, and then where are we there?
yeah.
We would agree to what Mr. Comack has alluded to, in as much as we've been in enough meetings with both peer review and Will, et cetera, that we don't see anything being added that would be kind of beyond the scope of what we're already discussing as project conditions already in place.
If I might too, Mr. Chairman, I think the engineering here has been much more specific than it was on 190 Newberry Street, if I'm thinking of the right project.
Okay.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Well, I would entertain a motion if we want to close the public hearing. You would be, before we do that though, if Will should have any concerns, you would be accommodating,
Sure, and we would take that as a condition, yes.
Okay.
But the problem is if Will, my only problem is if you guys approve this tonight and then Will makes him change stuff again, you're going to have to come back here. So you guys know that, right?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Or file a new NOI, you know.
Okay. Okay, then I will, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second by Bruce.
All right, motion from Anda, seconded by Bruce. Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack.
Yes.
Secretary Lazares.
Yes.
Commissioner Canton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, it passes. The hearing is closed.
Okay, somebody gonna make a motion to issue an order of conditions.
Amen.
An amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How do we do that? Just a motion to amend. Well, the conditions, the only thing that's going to change in conditions will be the fact that it's still subject to an additional oversight by public services.
And Mr. Chairman, you'd have to refer to a different site plan. Your order usually refers to the site plan. I've got it here. I think it probably does. And then I did have those two requested changes of conditions number, was it
43 and 44.
Right, right. I don't have the conditions in front of me, so I'm sorry.
So it would be motion to amend by accepting the plan dated. And if so desired, striking the two conditions.
It wasn't actually a striking, Jack. It was to change the
Number.
Frequency of, yeah, and 43 was to change the frequency and strike 44 if they would consider that.
Oh, that's right. You want about the signs, having the signs every 50 feet.
Yeah, I mean, every 6 feet seemed like an awful lot.
Is the commission okay with that? Bruce, you okay with that sign spacing? Because what was it before? What was the distance before?
6 feet.
6 feet. You want to go from 6 feet to 50.
Yeah.
I mean, 50 feet seems, we make we made the woman who's putting up a garage, we made her install them 15 feet along her. So, I mean, for a project this size, you're going to have a lot of contractors on the site. I feel like 50 feet is just kind of a egregious request.
How long is that distance?
Along that sideline. I don't know, let me get out another copy of the plan I have here.
I don't know. I'm of the opinion that it's such a long site. I think 50 is okay. I mean, each parking spot's 10 feet roughly, so every 5 parking spots would be one, roughly.
Yeah, and just in terms of numbers of parking spots along there, there'd be probably 5 or 6 signs along that line at 50 feet. If we want to compromise at 25, I think that would be fine too.
All right, let's do that.
Sure.
Okay, so changing the frequency, and that was, I apologize, what number was that? What,
43, I believe.
23? So we'll change, 43 would change from 6 to 25. And was there another one you said?
We had, go ahead.
44 we were asking that it be stricken.
What was 44 then?
44 said that permanently mark the edge of the wetland to ensure no further encroachment into the wetland. And we are not encroaching at all into the wetland. And where Peter pointed out the proximity of edge of our work, the buffer, and then this particular resource area, which is down gradient and quite a distance away.
Yeah, that's reasonable. So we would strike comment condition number 44, revise 43 on the frequency of the signs from 6 feet to 25 feet, and we would accept the plan and supporting documents and engineering as presented tonight.
And just
And also that Will Parlitz has a chance to take a look at it and concur with the decision of the commission.
So will this motion be contingent on Will Pollitt's approval, or?
Yes. Anything else? Is there enough language in that, Jack, for this?
There's enough for us. I think that, Lucia, you got your material in?
I didn't hear anyone actually make a motion or second it. It was just Mike saying,
right.
I mean, I can repeat out loud what it sounds like the motion, it sounds like what the commission wants to motion. A motion to amend order 55861, revise condition 43 to read signs every 25 feet instead of every what 10 feet it was before. 44 will be stricken from the order, accepting the revised plans dated
February 25th, 21.
Yes, thank you very much.
Peter?
Contingent on Will Pollitt's approval.
And all supporting, not just the plans, but all supporting engineering documents.
And will the O&M remain the same?
Yes, the stormwater management BMPs are the same. So the O&M is the same, and the frequency will be the same. I think, Mike, what you're referring to is that there was a new hydraulic analysis.
Yes. Yes.
And I could probably get you the date of that if I can find the right page. It's dated February 25th, 2021. I think that's the same date as the plan, actually.
Okay.
But we should refer to it as a revised hydraulic calculation.
But the O&M has not changed?
No, the O&M wouldn't change because it's the treatment trains haven't changed.
Perfect.
So if that covers it, Lucia, we could vote on this?
If you guys feel that you want to, yes.
Is there anything left out, you think? I think.
I think
I don't
someone
have any
needs to
further
say
comment.
so moved.
So someone needs to accept the, vote on the change, and then we need to second that. Anyone?
Make a motion to approve all the orders that were just stated.
Okay, and a second by somebody?
I'll second it.
Second by Stuart, okay.
All right, I'm gonna do a roll call, and then after I do the roll call, I'm just gonna read this again so that everyone is understanding what the motion was.
Okay.
Chairman Rizzo,
Yes?
Vice Chairman Comack, Secretary Lazaris,
Yes.
Commissioner Canton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack. All right, the motion passes with no Bruce. So it is 6-1, with Bruce not voting for whatever reason. And again, I'm just going to go ahead and read my notes for you guys, just so everyone knows that this is what was voted on. Motion to amend Order 55861, revise condition 43 to read signs every 25 feet instead of what the original order said. 44, condition 44 will be stricken from the order. So I'll have it'll still be there, but I will line it out and say not applicable. Accepting all supporting revised documents, including the revised plan, hydraulic calcs, the original O&M is in perpetuity. And this is all contingent on Will Pollitt signing off. So that means, so that motion was made by Commissioner Vivaldi, seconded by Stewart. 6-1, it passes. So that means that I'm not going to be drafting this until Will Pollitt gives me the okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just makes sense because honestly, if I draft this and then Will comes back and he wants you to change things, you guys are going to be right back here. So it's just, at least this way, hopefully he doesn't have anything changed.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, so that's it.
So, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Pollitt writes a letter and Lucia, I believe if you interpret the letter as an approval, then the revised order wouldn't have any need to have any condition any longer moving forward about Will Pollitt's approval.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Will Pollitt is our city engineer, so you're always going to have Will approve. If it's not here, it's going to be later down the road. He's going to have to approve this. And that's what I'm getting at is we had another project that Will was not involved in this forum. And he got involved about a year later. And now it's 3 years later and they still haven't built on the site. So and they don't have, I mean, they have an order of conditions, but it's not for what they want to build. So I'm trying to help you and here.
Yeah, and I understand. And we have a relationship already with Will. He's been terrific to work with. He knows what we're doing. And you're right. I do presume that if we're not working with Will Pollitt this evening on this, we still need to, as you say, get through Will Pollitt. So I think where I'm stepping in here is that ideally we have a document soon from the commission that acknowledges the approval. And so I don't know what it'll be like with Will. Hopefully he's available and can write the letter quickly and this moves along fast. I guess that's what we'll go with.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay. That's also, so we didn't have to continue this for another month.
That's right. And I do acknowledge that. And I thank you for that. Yes, that's you're doing us a little favor on that. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd feel impolite if I didn't acknowledge Commissioner Vivaldi. We've known each other from a prior life and it's been a long time. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and commissioners.
You're welcome. All right. Next item on the agenda is item number 5, which is a request for determination of applicability. Public hearing, a request for determination of applicability submitted by Will Manuel. The applicant is seeking confirmation that there is no areas of jurisdiction or buffer zone extending on the property. The property is known as Race Drive, an unconstructed way, map 57, lot 74B through MOP, City of Peabody. My understanding is the applicant is looking to continue this to our next May meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct. This is Bill Manuel.
Okay.
Make a motion to continue?
A second?
Second.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Unfortunately, it has to be done. So made by Stu, seconded by Commissioner Vivaldi. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Chairman Rizzo.
Yes?
Vice Chairman Comack. All right. I don't think he's at the meeting anymore, which is why you guys are supposed to have your cameras on. Secretary Lazaris.
Yes.
Commissioner Canton.
Yes. Can I ask a quick question? Just where is this actually located?
It is located off of, you know where Corral Road is?
What general area?
What's that Chinese restaurant everyone knows? It used to be Purple on Route 1.
Oh, okay. Yes.
There. So it's like Winona, and please Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, Winona Street, Newberry Street, and it's behind there, and then Corral Road is on the back end of it.
Okay. Just that general area. Perfect. Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, it passes with Bruce not voting.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 7.
6.
6, sorry. Item number 6 is under certificates of compliance. It's a request for certificate of compliance. It's made by Peter Blaisdell Jr., Williams and Spargus, on behalf of AM Con Corporation, Patrick Coburn, for DEP file number 55-865. Project was the construction of a commercial building and parking area includes demo, rebuild, stormwater features and parking. The address is known as 3 Mount Pleasant Drive, map 29, lot 6, in the city of Peabody. And this applicant is also requesting a continuance.
So moved.
Second by anybody?
Second.
Who who made that motion? I missed it.
Melissa. Oh, Sue and Melissa.
Melissa.
I made it and Melissa seconded it.
Okay, great. So I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack, Secretary Lazaris,
Yes.
Commissioner Canton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
Okay, so it is continued until May 19th, 6-1, no Bruce. And he did ask for a continuance because they have not finished the as-built yet. Will Paulus has not signed off on it, and I have not gone out to the site after.
All right. All right, next item on the agenda is item number 7. It's a request for full certificate of compliance. It is made by E.G. O'Sullivan, Hickman Contracting Corp. for DP file number 55-874. The project was the construction of a new parking area and detention basin. The address is known as 22 Johnson Street, map 34, lot 12, in the city of Peabody.
My mistake. You read 7. You said 7, and then you read 8.
No.
Oh,
No, it's, you read 7.
Read 7.
Oh, I'm looking at previous agenda then.
Okay.
I've promoted EJ to a panelist so he can turn his computer on and unmute himself. And I think I promoted someone named Mike. I think that's the other gentleman I've been emailing, but I don't know.
I'm here, Lucia. I'm here. EJ here.
Oh, there's EJ, I see. Okay.
Okay.
Lucia, through the chair.
Yes.
Yeah, so as I sent a note to the commissioners, we had been maintaining that site for a while, and while we were on the site, Haven Construction approached us, asked if we would do the landscaping. So we did do seeding and planting some trees on site. I don't know if I should recuse myself from this discussion.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Technically, you can still, I think you can still just be in the discussion, but you can't vote.
Lucia, is that correct?
But it's a good idea.
I'm certainly not an attorney, and I certainly will not give you any ethics I cannot. That's up to you. You guys take the ethics exam every 2 years, so it's up to you.
Yeah, just, you can listen. There's nothing wrong with listening.
Okay.
Is somebody going to speak on this?
Hi, Commissioner EJ O'Sullivan here. I'm trying to assist the owner in getting compliance to get signed off. We were the contractor and we're owed some substantial amount of money since last fall. Basically, we're looking for a certificate of compliance.
Okay. There's a list of, from Department of Public Services, there was a items, about 10 different items, that, there were questions on. I visited the site, last week. And my understanding was because of the, proximity of the wall and the batter on the wall, that the storage area, the volume wasn't large enough, and that Public Services asked that the stormwater basin be deepened to accommodate the volume necessary to handle stormwater. So I went to the site last week. I saw that the grades had changed, that it was dug out by some volume. So I don't know. I definitely saw that there was changes made to the site. I just don't know what grades reflect the proper volume. So I'm not there to, I can't attest to say that the volume is correct. That's determined by topo and volume calculations that you would need to submit to Public Services so that they can concur that the change has been made and the system is designed to handle what it was supposed to.
Understood, yep.
So the Department of Public Services had some deficiency items, and it looked good to me out in the site. I could see that there was about a 4-inch vertical orifice that might have been blocked, and I saw when it was out there. It was out there last week. I could see that 4-inch outlet.
Correct, yep.
So item number 1, basin's main outlet has not been constructed. Then the answer was existing retaining wall appears. Sorry. Oh, wait a minute. So there's another document here. Your response to the comments.
Sure.
I'm looking for the. I saw the comments earlier. I just can't find them. Yeah. Can somebody put those up on the screen?
Which comments? Will Pollitt's memo?
Yeah, there was a response to the petitioner or the folks here with regard to Will's comments, and they had an answer for each one of them. And I just can't find it.
I think it's in an email. I can't really check my email while I'm running a meeting. I mean, I guess I can if you want me to, if you want to hold on.
I thought I printed it, but maybe
I'll try to find it. There is no as-built though, so I mean, if you guys are fine with voting on a project of this size with no as-built plan, I mean, that's,
We're not doing that. We need the as-built. We need something that satisfies that the grades have been met. We need a plan that shows the grades, and we don't have that vote tonight. I just wanted to go through the items.
Mike, here it is.
Number one, the exposed 4-inch hole in the basin outlet was hidden. There's a lot of background noise coming from somewhere. Okay, so if not, fine. Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes, yep.
Okay. So I think if I understand the site and the outlet they're talking about, I saw the outlet, so it might have been plugged up before.
Correct, yeah.
Item number 2, which was existing retaining wall appears to be constructed closer to the basin. So with that, you folks went back, you made the basin deeper.
Right, yeah.
Something is the basin depth and changes in grade satisfies the volume that you've done that to create the volume that was necessary. So
Correct.
the as-built plan and the grades associated with that would serve as the as-built to that.
Gotcha.
So we need to have the as-built. The survey.
We did submit, Commissioner, we did submit an as-built, but then Mr. Will Pollitt made us, this memo was issued after reviewing the initial as-built, you know.
So you're saying Will has reviewed the as-built?
The original as-built submitted, right?
Not the original, how about the new as-built, as-built that reflects the change?
Yeah, this is Mike. So there's an initial as-built that was put together by Eastern Land Surveying. There were a couple of comments that William made in regards to some missing attributes within that, which those are in the process of being updated. So we don't have that complete. Is Chris Mellows in this meeting? He's from Eastern Land Surveying. Is he not in attendance?
I don't know.
I can't see who's on the attendance list.
Lucia, is anybody else here?
So we were hoping he was, I know he was invited, and we were hoping he was going to attend and be able to speak to his work.
Doesn't appear he's there. The participants doesn't list Mr. Mello.
Okay.
All right, if you can go back to those comments again.
Yeah, give me 1 second. So there's someone that has a Galaxy S8 Plus, and then another person, Galaxy Tab A, and then someone Kyocera E6910, and then a PR. I don't know who these people, I mean, I can't really, I can't tell who they are from what's on here right now. Mostly everyone else is like shows up as a name. But there are 2 Galaxies. One's a tablet, one's probably a phone, and then it looks like something else is like a phone or something. So I don't know, maybe if Chris is in the audience, if he can raise his hand. And no one is raising their hand.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to go back to sharing my screen.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we do know, so I think just with item 1 there, there was a 4-inch hole to elevation. There was a cover that was added to the structure, and that cover was partially covering the hole. And if you were standing up at eye level, you just couldn't see the hole with the cover in place. That's since been corrected, and I think you mentioned you saw that had been corrected,
Yeah.
Chairman Michael. Number two, so as you had observed on site, additional material was removed from the basin. It's also been resurveyed by Eastern Land Surveyors, and they have produced a revised drawing showing the new elevations, which we have. We were hoping and expecting to have those elevations transferred to the official as-built per our discussions with Chris last week. And we, I was expecting him to be in attendance to speak to that. So I know that it has been resurveyed. I've seen the elevations. And I think our expectation is that those are there's a revised as-built drawing that represents the new elevations.
Okay, well, we don't have them. We don't have them, and I don't know if Will seen them, so I'm glad that the plan was made. We just need to get a hold of it and see it and verify it, and Will has to concur that the plan is, that the grades are what they're supposed to be. He actually checked the grades initially to find out that it wasn't the correct volume. So he would be able to concur with your plan once he sees it. And we need that plan, so we don't have that yet. Number 3, stormwater report was revised. And did you submit that report? Oh, that's an old report. No more major, so you did a report back in 2019. That's not.
That was the original report.
Okay, so that's not subject to this tonight. The as-built plan and the change in the volumes are what's really going to move us to issue the certificate.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
Number.
Do you need me to pull up Paulitz's memo?
I'm sorry?
You want me to pull up Will's memo?
Was that regarding one of the questions, one of the items?
These are all answers to Will's questions.
Okay. Okay.
He submitted a memo back in late March. Give me 1 second, because I have to find that. All right. Just tell me if you want me to move it.
Oh. No, well, that's for the good, I have that open. I'm looking at that on my computer. I'm just looking for the answers to them.
Well, I think that's what they tried to do in that email, but the numbers didn't seem to be jiving with his itemized numbers.
Well, if you can go back to that one again, Lucia, we can probably get through this. I want to just,
the email?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, 4-5. Under elevation. All right, so so Will's comments was the majority, number 3, bottom of the basin. So the majority of the existing spot elevations along the retaining wall are all approximately 6 inches higher than the basin bottom elevation. The applicant engineer shall confirm that the basin bottom was in fact installed at elevation 72.75. So I saw the excavation done. I know that the volume has changed to that basin. So the as-built plan would reflect grades such that the volumes will come out to what they were supposed to be. So that, number 3, so that's, again, that's reflected in the as-built.
Sure, yep.
Item number 4, the invert size of the basin's outlet shall be referenced on the as-built. So the invert and size of, the invert and the outlet, I think changed slightly. The invert and size of the basin's outlet pipe shall be referenced in the as-built. So as long as the as-built has the elevation and the outlet,
Yep, okay,
then you'll be okay.
yeah,
Number 5. The as-built plan shall provide spot grades on the top of the basin back slope to confirm that the basin was built with a 5-foot wide berm. And I think that was done. And the grades, again, should
quantify that, yeah, yeah.
Okay. All trees and stumps need to be removed from the basin's back slope, which I think it was. So there wouldn't be any root matter or stumps in the
Right, yeah,
back slope.
yeah,
I believe that's taking place also.
right, that's done, yeah.
Yeah. Number 7, the hoods shall be installed in the basins. I inspected the basin. I saw the hood there.
Yes, yeah, all 4, yeah.
The hood is there. And it says number 8, there appears to be a drain manhole missing from the upper parking lot drainage system. The plan shows the drain pipe making an undefined angle without the use of a drain manhole. The missing drain manhole should be added to the plan. So I did not see an additional manhole out there, but I see your response that you installed a pipe with a 22.5-degree elbow in it.
Right, yep.
That's not conventional. I've never seen that done. So Will is expecting that there would be a manhole to show that change in direction. So he's going to have to weigh in on this with that response to the comment, because generally drainage goes from structure to structure, and there aren't bends and elbows in the pipe.
Correct. The owner's rep did give us permission.
Pardon?
The owner's rep did give us permission to do so, because the original design would not work with a neighboring fence. So in order to keep costs in check, and it was just one structure, the pipe is 12 inches in diameter. But so the owner's rep did give us permission as the contractor to make that change on site.
All right, well, the city has to sign off on it.
Gotcha, yeah, yeah.
So we'll see how Will feels about that.
Gotcha, yeah, yeah.
It's unconventional. I've never seen that done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was number 8. Number 9, the as-built shall show the diameter, size, and material of the pipe within the drainage system. Okay, again, as long as that's on the as-built, then we're good. And the size of the oil and grit separator shall be stated on the as-built.
Yep.
So, so it sounds like you got basically all of them pretty much answered. I mean, it sounds like you done the work. I think the one gray area might be the elbow that you introduced without a structure.
Yep.
Will would have to, if Will's okay with it, then I'm okay with it.
Yep.
So we can't issue the certificate till Will has an opportunity to review it, or at least let us know that he's reviewed it and he can sign off.
Okay.
But otherwise, it looks like you've done everything.
Okay. So should we try to request the continuance for next month, or can we get a partial?
No, I think we have to go to, you'd have to do a continuance.
Okay.
So through the chair,
Yes?
can I make a motion to continue this to the May meeting?
Yeah.
Second,
Maybe if Will can take a look at this, I don't know how we do that.
well, if Will looks at it, he'll send us a note or send Lucia a note saying he's accepted it or not.
Yeah,
We need that before we can release, before we can move forward.
yeah, but if Will, let's just hypothetically say Will looked at it tomorrow, sometime
Right.
and said it was okay. I mean, how do we issue the certificate if we're not here at a meeting? Can we?
No, we're moving to, we're moving for a continuance.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying whether, if there was an opportunity to issue the certificate before our next meeting, if Will was able to check it out and everything was okay. And I don't know if we can do that. It sounds like a little unorthodox.
We're putting a lot on Will's plate.
Yeah, so let's just say well, I just have to continue it to next meeting. So who made a motion?
Amanda, seconded by Stu. I'm gonna go ahead and do a roll call. Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Lazares,
Yes.
Commissioner Canton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
And I apologize if I've been butchering your name all night. So it passes 6-1 with Bruce recusing himself.
Thank you. Yep.
All right. Although, the site looks great.
Oh, thanks. Okay. All right. Hey, Brendan.
Hey, Jay.
All right.
Good, how are you? I thought it was you.
All right. Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is item number 8. It's a request to support new certificate of compliance by Brendan Callahan, City of Peabody. My DP file number 55-730. Project was known as upgrades to the Welch School parking lot. The address is known as 50 Swampscott Ave, map 1, lot 109, City of Peabody.
How's it going, Commission? Brendan Callahan, Assistant Director of Planning in Peabody. I'm here for a certificate of compliance for one of the first stormwater kind of low impact development projects we had done in the city about a little over 10 years ago. When we started doing some upstream stormwater projects for some of the flood improvements throughout the North River watershed. This one more specific to the Strongwater Brook watershed or sub-watershed. So we went, I think it was 2010 that we completed this project. So we installed 4 stormwater BMPs all around the perimeter of the Welch School, or at least near the parking lot area and along the Strongwater Brook, as well at the entranceway at Swampscott Ave and the bridge entrance to the school. All 4 BMPs were installed. All of them are functioning. 2 of them were detention basins. One was a water quality swale, and one was a porous parking lot. So those projects have been done. We've kind of moved on from the project, but we never filed for certificate of compliance. I don't have the as-built plans. We've tried to find them everywhere. We never found them. Reached out to the design team that did the design for these BMPs. They're no longer a company. I think they were bought out by somebody larger. We did get in contact with one of the engineers that was not the lead designer on the project, but worked for the company, and we tried to see if he had any records of as-built plans, but he did not have them. How this kind of came to our attention was the Welch School is now trying to build a new Welch School, or I'm not sure the extent of the project, but I believe they're trying to build a new or retrofit the existing Welch School. And that designer needs to file a new NOI for that project. And they weren't able to do that because there's the existing order of conditions. So they contacted us saying, hey, what's the status of this? And so now I'm here trying to get a certificate of compliance to kind of close out that order of conditions, and then the school project can move forward. Speaking with the designer, they're not going to alter those 4 BMPs. They're going to remain in place. They're going to function, I believe, while the project's being constructed. So they're not being ripped up or removed. They're going to stay there when they move forward on the project. So I'm just here trying to kind of get a certificate of compliance to close this out.
We have no as-built though.
We don't. What I provided was the survey plans from the actual school designer. It was the best thing we could find. So those were their existing conditions plan for the school site. And they do show, I was worried it didn't show the Swampscott Ave BMP, but it does actually show that. And so it does show all locations of the BMPs, the porous parking lot, and the Swampscott Ave BMP. But they're not, I don't know if they're all listed or identified specifically, like a typical as-built plan was, but they do show that each one of them they were all constructed,
There's still is there an engineer still attached to this? Somebody that you can get a letter?
No, we tried to. We reached. Lucia really helped or guided me a little bit on that because I wasn't familiar with that process. And she's like, typically you can still find an engineer from the firm that could at least sign off on it. And we found that engineer or a engineer that was familiar with the project, but he couldn't provide us a letter, saying they were built in accordance with the plans. But we know that they were, at least myself and DPS knows. And they, they're all functioning, they're all there, and they're going to stay there even for the school project. So,
Hey, is like engineering or public service has been out there to look at it and they said, oh yeah, there it is, it's there.
They know they're there. DPS has been, Bill Stansfield's been out there. He's observed them. But I haven't. It's city property.
We have many engineers from the city who are familiar with the project and could basically say that with the exception of knowing exact grades and stuff.
Well, they have the grades. The survey that I provided you shows the exact grades. Let me pull it up right now. I'm trying to think. It shows the inverts. It shows the invert elevations for everything. It shows. I'm trying to think where else.
To try to simplify it, just to verify that the BMPs are there. I got a plan that shows me. I can see the plan. I can see the grades. I can see everything. Is it there? I haven't been to.
They are 100% there. we paid the contractor to do the work. The contract's closed out. They are all there. The porous parking lot is there. I know Lucia had mentioned that some commissioners in the past have talked about some of the maintenance issues. So we went ahead and Bill Stansfield said tomorrow, actually, the porous parking lot is scheduled to get maintained. So they have a vac truck coming and they're going to vacuum the porous parking lot. So that's there. If you go along the Strongwater Brook, those BMPs are there. I guess I could go back and find all the photos of the construction of it and attach them. I guess I didn't. I don't have those at the time right in front of me. That's 2010. I would have to say my digital, archiving of projects was not quite what it is in 2020. So, I just don't have records to that extent like I would today. If you asked me about any project today, I'd be well digitally documented. But in 2010, that just wasn't really the case. But yeah, every BMP was constructed. All of them are functioning.
Well, the staff is recommending to issue a certificate. And then adding the O&M plan, special conditions remain in perpetuity.
Okay.
You want any comment on this, Lucia?
Sure. Yeah, I think my main concern was if that porous pavement. There was like about 5 years ago, I kept getting emails from Duke, the gentleman who actually did that work, and then I was having teachers come up to me, like in my private life, tell me how it was crumbling at their feet. And then before COVID, me and Stuart went out to the site. We walked the whole area. We couldn't find any crumbling pavement. We asked a couple teachers and they just kind of like didn't want to talk to us. So I'm not sure if maybe someone paved over it, or, I mean, if that's the case, that's a big problem. So it sounds like, Brendan, are you saying that there is porous pavement still here?
Yeah, and if you go out there, you can still see it's still functioning as the porous is still functioning, but it definitely has not been maintained. And then, because of some of the comments we heard from Lucia, I contacted DPS and Bill Stansfield, and they scheduled a maintenance vac truck to come out. I believe it was supposed to be today, but then it's tomorrow. And they're also while they're here, they're gonna do the spring pond path. So, what was interesting was it wasn't as expensive as I thought it was going to be. So there's really no reason why DPS can't have this on a more routine schedule, moving forward. And talking to Bob Lavoisier, that seemed to be something that he seemed amenable to when he found out really how much it cost, which wasn't that expensive.
How much is it?
Off the top of my head, I think it was less than $1,000.
Oh, so yeah.
They're coming for 4 hours, and it doesn't sound like the parking lot is going to take that long. So that's why they're going to send them over to Spring Pond Path as soon as they're done with the Welch School parking lot. It's not a very large parking lot area.
It's only portions of the parking lot.
It's like the rear portion, I guess.
Yeah, I think me and Stu, do you remember? I want to say that we poured water and we were fine, and we didn't see any crumbling though. So I don't know, maybe they were exaggerating, or it
could have been in the wrong place complaining about crumbling, because parts of the parking lot were deteriorating. The porous part, we did not see any crumbling. And we did indeed pour water, and it disappeared. My only question through the chair is, do we have any records of what was maintained and when? I mean, we've got 4 BMPs, and I'm assuming, I may be wrong, but is that the responsibility of Department of Public Services, or is that the school department to maintain?
What's the O&M plan say?
I mean, I can sort of answer his question because it's definitely been a challenging one over the years, especially with a lot of the projects I've worked on, because there is overlap between whose jurisdiction it is. And we've kind of, again, this was the first project I did for the city with regards to stormwater and low impact development. We've come a long way since 2010. And one of the issues of maintenance is, something that we've worked on to try to improve. So basically the way we've I can't speak for this particular project, but other particular projects where it's really the hard like the pipe, the structures ends up being DPS's responsibility. But then I haven't really been on the park grounds. I mean, the school grounds as much. I think the Welch School is the only time I've been on the school grounds, or actually not the only time, but I haven't been on a school grounds in a while. But now the parks maintains kind of the vegetated type BMPs, those the stormwater, the detention basins, water quality swales, things that they can mow and maintain. So we've kind of divided who's responsible for what between the departments, and that's something Jen Davis and I have been working on for years. So, I can't go out there and, I don't oversee their budgets, their maintenance budgets, but each department is now assigned the responsibility of maintenance, and it's usually divvied up between Parks and Rec and DPS at this point.
Through the chair, I'm in agreement that that's what's happened, and it happened, I think, at the middle school also. But my question is, do we have any records of the maintenance? The fact they're made responsible for it is one thing. Do we have any idea if it's ever been done? Because in your presentation, Brendan, you said nothing's been maintained in a decade.
Not between the 4 BMPs. I guess I was being specific about the porous parking lot.
What about the 4 BMPs? Have they been maintained? My point is these things are, when things are maintained, we should see a document saying it was maintained, so we have it for the record. And I'd like to put that forth for the Welch School and any other school. Specifically for this project, I think when the forest parking lot is vacuumed, tomorrow, the next day, when it's done, we should see a document saying it was vacuumed. It was maintained. Again, because it affects the wetlands and it affects the nearby, the rivers and streams, as the BMPs are supposed to do. Is that possible?
I mean, Jen Davis and the Parks and Rec and DPS is usually who maintains the BMPs.
But they should.
We can reach. I can reach out to them and let them know that you'd like to see that.
Well, we have my experience, and this is anecdotal, but Lucia and I and Beverly Dunn and the developer were at the middle school, and it's over a year ago, and we saw things that the park should maintain, things that the school should maintain, and no one has agreed to do any of it. That's the problem I'm having. There's no identifier as to who does what.
Well, I wasn't part of that project.
I know. I'm not suggesting it's your problem.
I have heard it is my problem because it's been something that has been raised for other projects that I've been involved with. And that's why in the last several years, it's something that we make sure that at least as I'm coming forward to these departments with these projects, I'm saying, okay, you're going to maintain these. and then DPS either says, yep, we'll maintain that. And Parks and Rec will maintain that. Now that's, the school, the Higgins school, I can't really speak for, but I know from my projects and my most recent projects, that is something that is addressed early on in the process now, not at the end of the process. Because when we're designing these things, I learned early on. This was a ball I was dropping 10 years ago. That now that I've been doing this long enough, I understand that these things need to be maintained and somebody has to be responsible for it. So and when we're designing it, I realized what Parks and Rec can maintain and what Parks and Rec can't maintain. And so we meet with Jen usually early on in the design process. So the designer doesn't design something that Parks and Rec and Brian Grant is like, I can't maintain that. So then we don't build that and we don't design that. We design something that they can build.
No, we gotta do that.
And that's what happened in Spring Pond also. So I hear what you're saying, Stuart, and you know, I'm in my projects, my current projects, I that's what we do.
So,
Well, my question is still, on your current projects, are there documents available that say it was maintained annually, semi-annually, ever?
No.
And there's not. So we don't know if they were maintained. That's the point. It's like, I understand you're trying to get it up front and get everybody to cooperate and say, yes, we can take care of that. And then if they don't, we have no way of knowing. And that's a problem, because with the new school or the rebuild of the school, if there's things that the school's supposed to take care of and don't, there's no way to hold anybody's feet to the fire that the thing broke by itself.
So
If
what we gotta do moving forward is now on any city project, school or otherwise, that has BMPs as part of the project, it should be provided up front that that the maintenance is budgeted. There's money to do the maintenance and who's gonna do it. If you have those two things, it'll get done. But if you don't have the money part that goes with it, then it's not gonna get done, regardless who has responsible for it, who's responsible for it. So it needs to be budgeted and somebody accountable for following through to make sure the maintenance is done. And it's really that simple. So anyways, let's try to move on here. So I don't see what else we can do except to issue the certificate, because there's nothing else we can do. We know it was built. I think there's enough people in City Hall who've seen it. So I don't know. What do you think, Bruce?
I don't see any reason. There's no reason we're gonna have to issue the certificate.
So Lucia, I think let's move forward and issue the certificate, full certificate.
Do you want to add that the O&M is in perpetuity? And I can't remember if there was any like special conditions, but I would say you definitely want to have the O&M in perpetuity if you want you want maintenance done.
Yes. So can we do a motion?
Make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance with O&M in perpetuity.
And second?
I'll second that.
So the motion is made by Amanda, seconded by Bruce, and I'm going to do a roll call. This is for a full certificate of compliance. Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack.
Yes.
Secretary Lazares.
No.
Commissioner Canton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so it passes 6-1 with Stu voting no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brennan.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Brennan.
Yep.
You too.
Okay. Item number 9. Is under enforcements and violations. Enforcement order number 9, enforcement order issued to the trustees of 55 Pulaski Street, Realty Trust, Roadhouse Pub, care of John R. Kelsey, legal counsel of said trustees for property located at 55 Pulaski Street. The extent of activity is uncertain at this time. However, some possible alleged activity is altering, filling and changing the grade of either the buffer zone or actual resource to expand current parking or buildable area of the Roadhouse Pub property. Possible trespassing on an abutting lot and destruction of living trees and vegetation. A valid wetland permit has not been issued to date for any of the work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Kelke. I'm an attorney. Lucia had provided me with notice since she was aware that I had acted as counsel and have acted as counsel in the recent past. We engaged the services of Bill Manuel. Bill is here this evening to report. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to prepare a more formal report, and Bill, however, was able to be here this evening.
Good evening, Commission members. This is Bill Manuel, Wetlands and Land Management in Danvers. And I just want to just inform the Commission that I have been adjacent to this property in 2015 and marked a wetland that was actually off property. The owner had gotten me permission to mark this wetland. It is behind a house at the end of Gallant Road, and it is an isolated area. It does not have any inlet or outlet that I could see. It is bisected by a city drain line or sewer or drain line. There's a matter of fact, there's a manhole essentially right in the middle of this isolated wetland. I had flagged that, as I said, in 2015, and that was survey located by Eastern Land Survey at that time. That was for the folks at the Roadhouse. There apparently is a discussion item with a indication of a ditch or some feature on a plan that was done in 1989. And again, that was a plan by Eastern Land Survey. Apparently it was for some improvements at the restaurant at that time. I have a copy of that plan, and I had that in the field with me when I went out there recently, about a week and a half ago. And I tried to locate that feature that was identified as a brook/ditch 30 years ago. I did see an area, first of all, the area between the fresh fill that's been placed at the Roadhouse and the wetlands is basically a monoculture of Japanese knotweed. But there are a couple of manholes that were located on the plan that are still there today in the street. So I was able to see those manholes, measure back up the street to try to locate this feature that was shown on the 89 plan. There is some kind of feature in the landscape that someone may have construed as a ditch. It doesn't come from anywhere or lead to anywhere. It is about it's indicated as being about 10 feet long on this 1989 plan. There is some sort of depression in the landscape 30 years later in 2021 that appears to be what was located. As I said, it doesn't go anywhere or come from anything. It's just a low point in the landscape. It was that brook/ditch feature located on that 1989 plan that caused Lucia to be concerned that the work that was going on at Roadhouse may be in Conservation Commission jurisdiction by virtue of it being an intermittent stream. When I have an opportunity to prepare a report, I'll have photographs of that feature, and I can confidently say it is not a resource area. The tow of recent fill that's been going on at the Roadhouse restaurant is well out of the buffer zone of that isolated wetland on off property. As best I can tell, it's about 130 to 140 feet away from the nearest point of wetlands. There are still some of my knots on tree branches from the flagging I had done in 2015. So it did not appear to me that anything had changed since 2015. As I said, it is a depression in the landscape. It's a disturbed area. There is some sort of city utility that runs through the middle of it. I recall in 2015, directly adjacent to the manhole that's in the middle of this wetland, there was fresh crushed stone that had been recently placed, I assume, for some sort of maintenance around that manhole. But that's the summary of what I was able to ascertain in the recent past. And it does not appear that the activity at the Roadhouse restaurant is within any Conservation Commission jurisdiction. I'm happy to follow that up with a report if necessary, but I think it'd be easy enough for any of the commission members to go out and see the same things that I did. I don't think there's any Conservation Commission jurisdiction affecting the work that's there. Now, nevertheless, I did advise Attorney Kelty that he should advise the folks at the Roadhouse they should install an erosion control barrier at the limit of the toe of present grade there. I don't know if that's been done, and I haven't been back to the site since my recent visit, but I still recommend if it's not there, it should be installed.
I have nothing to add, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know how to respond to that. I know that I was involved in that subdivision, Glant Terrace there, I believe, way back when they built that. I remember Pulaski Street being in the back, and then there was a subdivision there. Does that come down from
Margin Street?
Margin Street, yeah. So I remember that project many, many years ago, and I believe there was a wetland at the end of that cul-de-sac. I believe there was a wetland behind those houses.
It's true. And that's
That
what
is
Bill
true,
had
and that's what I
previously
flagged
stated.
in 2015.
Okay. And this is not within that, within the buffer zone to that. Whether that was, I'm trying to think if it was a hydraulic connection or not somewhere. I thought that maybe, I can't remember now. There was a pipe that went across it or something. I don't know if it was a sewer pipe that went through the wetland or something, or,
That is what I saw also in 2015.
yeah. But this isn't near there.
It is as best as I can ascertain, and I do have the benefit of a surveyed plan that located my wetland flags and located the edge of fill. We're still 140 feet away from that isolated wetland.
Okay. All right. That's what I remember. So if you say it's not within, I can't remember any hydraulic connection to anything. I thought it was an isolated wetland. But that goes back a long time.
Yeah, those houses at the end of the road, they're significantly higher than the grade of the wetland. They're probably 10 feet higher, and this is clearly an isolated depression. You could, if you pull up the city topo maps, Map Geo, you'll see the depression I'm talking about. You can actually see standing water if you look at the Map Geo.
Yeah. So Lucia, what do we recommend?
I would probably at this point recommend a continuance until you guys have a plan. So this was, and back in 2015, we did issue an enforcement order for Phil. And then I want to say in 2019, I got a call. I kept getting calls again. And I went out and I looked and then I went back to the office and I looked at the plan that Chris drafted and the wetlands that Bill flagged. And with my eyes, I was like, I didn't get into the woods because it does drop significantly from the street. And I said, oh, it looks like it's out of, you know, they're still out of the buffer. And then in 2020, during the pandemic, DEP actually emailed me. I don't know if they got, if someone called into the hotline, and I forwarded them all the 2015 paperwork. And I said, you as far as we know, this is outside the jurisdiction. And they said, okay, as long as you guys are aware, that's fine. And then now, flash forward to 2021, the reason why this was issued was because we received at least 3 more hefty complaints. I don't know. I don't think it's the guy who the wetland is on his property. He said he hasn't seen anyone out there, but he wanted us to know he didn't do any of that fill and he didn't do anything illegal on his property that he knows of. Remember, he was him and his wife came to a meeting, I want to say like 3 years ago to remove some trees. So anyway, and then when in 2021, when I received more complaints, that's when I I started pulling historic files, and I saw this drainage ditch, and I just thought it was peculiar that it was left off the plan. So, I mean, basically, I'm trying to find out if it's no longer there, why isn't it there? What happened to it? I mean, ditches just don't disappear unless someone fills them in. So I was always under the assumption that this area is an easement that's controlled by DPS for drainage. And that was one of the comments, like DEP asked me, like, does it look like it has a hydro connection? And, that was last year. And I said, hey, at that point, I didn't know there was this brook ditch thing. And I only found that out by looking through like 30-year-old files. So, I mean, I guess at this point, it's like there's really nothing we can do until we see it on a plan. And they definitely should be getting erosion controls down immediately. If they're not down, I mean, I think that might be like one of the reasons why people had issues. But I trust Bill. I think Bill is good at his job. So if Bill is going to be willing to put his reputation on the line for the roadhouse, I mean, that would be kind of weird. So I would say if Bill's wetland report says the drainage ditch isn't there, it isn't there. But I think someone needs to explain, not necessarily Bill, someone needs to explain, where did this go? Why was it on that plan back then and now it's not?
So we make a motion to continue this to the May meeting or till Bill makes his wetlands report.
Well, is somebody gonna do,
I'm unclear. If it's out of our jurisdiction, what's the difference?
yeah,
Why do we have to continue anything? I mean, Bill's gonna issue.
If you don't care about the disappearing drainage brook ditch, then I don't care about it either. It's not my city. You guys are the commission.
so you have a plan that shows a ditch, and now the ditch is gone.
Yes.
So does Bill, have you seen this plan that Lucian's talking about?
I have, and that's where I was describing to you that I tried to find the location of this feature from 1989. I used manholes that were still there today, and sort of measured back up the sidewalk and into the site. And as I said, I did find it wasn't a ditch, but it was a depression in the sort of the middle of the knotweed. That may have been this ditch. It was certainly in the right location. It wasn't much more than a subtle depression in the landscape at this point, 30 years later. So I don't know the origination of it, why it was put there, but there doesn't seem to be anything there today.
It further is not located on Mr. Giannis's property. Even in the 89 plan, it shows on land of Lucian Gallant. Are we speaking about the same thing?
I was trying to find, ascertain if that feature was still there. It's not very far off the edge of the sidewalk, so it's not very far that you had to go into the knotweed.
So Bill, you're referring to the area that's kind of pinkish on the plan we're looking at?
Yeah, I see yellow, but
No, well, there is yellow to the left. What do we?
yes, it's circled that it says brook/ditch.
Correct. And that's not on Dennis Giannis's land.
Right.
But it would have a 200-foot buffer zone under our bylaw. I mean, that's where I'm going with this.
Well, there's nothing there. I can't say I mean, it's certainly not a ditch or a stream. As I said, the feature that I saw doesn't come from anything. It doesn't lead anywhere. It's about as long as what's shown on that plan. So I'm not sure you can call something depression in the landscape a ditch or a stream or a brook. It's certainly not a brook.
I didn't draft the plan.
Yep, I appreciate that, and not sure what happened 30 years ago. So that's of what I flagged in 2015. You can see the manhole right by flag A15. When I flagged it, there was a whole bunch of new crushed stone between A15 and A7 and A8 that appeared to me as there was recent maintenance in that area. You can see where the 100-foot buffer zone line extends from my wetland flags, and this plan does not show the current extent or current toe of fill. I have a plan from, I think, January or February that shows a current toe of fill at that time.
I'm wondering if I don't know if we have those back in '89, whenever the subdivision was done. I wonder if there's any supporting plans that might better show what was proposed there, what might have been existing. I don't know if we have any of that, Lucia. That's an old file. I don't know, Lucia?
I don't have any subdivision plans, no.
Oh, okay. It's an old one. I remember it very well because it was very controversial.
And it's probably recorded at the Registry of Deeds. It would have had to have been.
I remember there was a lot that, I believe one of the lots we thought as the commission that should be unbuildable.
I mean, the onus is on the owner. I mean, I shouldn't have to go do like digging for, I feel like the onus should be on the owner to prove this.
Yeah.
It's
well.
Then
I'd like to see
Mr. Gallant to do something. We're the owners of a lot that this feature doesn't show on.
Okay, the Gallants don't even own that anymore.
Well, I frankly don't care who does. We have an enforcement order against the roadhouse. The discussion we're having now is about a feature that is not on the roadhouse land. And Bill has said he'll file a report. And what else? What does anybody want us to do?
I guess that's all we can do.
Yeah,
I'm just doing my job. I received numerous
I didn't
complaints.
accuse
I
you of
received
anything else.
complaints from Mass DEP. I mean, I had no choice because I felt like at this point people were insinuating that I was playing favoritism to the Roadhouse. And I can say for the record, I have been kicked out of the Roadhouse. So
we're not accusing anybody of anything. We're here in response to the enforcement order. And I don't think that there is a violation, and I think we should be able to move on.
So is there something that, in your report, Bill, that you're gonna have, something about erosion controls out there?
I will advise Mr. Giannis to install erosion control.
But is there a plan for that material that's out there? Why is that there? Is he gonna expand his parking lot or something, or?
I don't know why that why that expansion is taking place. It's nothing that we've been asked to file for. We do have some tentative plans for making a filing in the future to develop the property. Those are in a somewhat seminal stage. And so that won't be here any sooner than 2 months or so. But any activity that's taking place on there is not related to some future expansion.
All right, so there's no building permit out there to do.
That's correct.
All right, well, Bill, if you can put a report together and then have something go to the people responsible for putting that material there, that they put stormwater features in there to mitigate any runoff and so forth.
Fair enough.
So can we keep the order open, or what do we, just,
That's up to the commission.
okay, so I guess subject to the report, let's just do that. Bill, put the report together, say that there are no resource area jurisdiction, this work here did not take place in that within the jurisdiction of the city and the commission. However, that siltation mitigations will be in place, and then we can lift the enforcement order.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So make a motion to rescind the enforcement order upon the wetlands report.
Yes.
you guys are going to have to vote on the withdrawal of the enforcement order. So either you should continue it until May and then review the paperwork, or withdraw it right now and ask them to put erosion controls down.
We need the paperwork. So
We'll move to continue.
Report will be submitted at such time, and then based on the report, then we could accept the report and lift the enforcement order.
So that first motion I made to continue until the
Second.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to do a roll call. Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack.
Yes.
Secretary Lazaris.
Yes.
Commissioner Canton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, it is continued.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, item number 10, violation order issued to Jack 8 Cobb Road, 8 Cobb Ave, to be determined. The property owner will appear at the hearing to obtain permission to continue with said maintenance of right-of-way. More information to follow.
I just promoted Jack to a panelist, so I hope that's the right person. So he should be able to unmute himself and turn his computer, his camera on. And I am going to step aside for just 1 minute, but I am here, so you guys can go on without me.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. My name's Jack McMahon.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Stu. I don't know why my camera's not. There it is.
Here you are.
Okay, what's going on?
Is that me?
Yes.
Oh, I was doing maintenance on my driveway. I live on Acob Ave, the house on the island, and I have about a 300-foot dirt road coming in, and the road just got really, really bad and ruddy. My elderly mother moved in 2 months ago, so I really needed to get it squared away. I back dragged it, and I got a call from Lucia to stop, and told me I had to come to one of the meetings. So I got about 3 yards of crushed stone to fill the dips. I had a bobcat and I back drag it, for like 4 hours, just back and forth, trying to level it out. It's maintenance. I also cut down 4 trees. 2 were dying. 1 was infested with termites, and the other one was over my house. So it's basically all maintenance that I did. So I'm here to ask for permission to finish. I need to fill some of the dips. That's all.
Fine by me.
Okay, although it's, like you said, maintenance, it's still within the resource area, so you do need to, let us know.
Do we need to issue an emergency cert to let him do it?
Well, let's see. Like Lucia said, he can work under the enforcement order.
I actually never drafted an enforcement order. Sorry, I'm back. I know Jack, and not like we're best friends or anything, but I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, as I do know that this is maintenance work. And I have driven down his driveway, and it is not a fun driveway to drive down. But that being said, I think, Stu, if you guys want an expedited way to do this, an emergency certificate would be one of those ways. But I mean, at this point, I'm thinking I can't draft it for like at least 1 to 2 weeks, possibly. I'm backlogged.
Yeah.
Well, I still feel that the emergency cert would be the quickest way, and certainly 1 to 2 weeks delay is probably not going to hurt anybody unless the driveway really gets bad.
No, it's not bad at all now. It's just I have a few dips left.
Okay.
That I just wanted to get it, perfectly flat.
All right.
I can wait. It's no.
Well, if it's okay with you, will have Lucia draft that when she gets a chance.
Can you guys please do some conditions though, so that because otherwise I'm gonna have to. It's gonna take me hours if I don't have, people telling me like what conditions you want. Like, I don't know what kind of conditions he needs to do for whatever work is left. Like, I'm not really sure what else he's expecting to do. So we need to talk about that now.
Okay.
What I have left, Lucia, is there's a few dips, probably 3 of them that I wanted to fill in to get it perfectly flat. I'd say I have maybe a half a yard of stone. I want to fill it in and, pack it down. I want to mulch the whole, the garden and the flower beds. I want to mulch everything as well. That's about it. And, I'm constantly trimming trees. Like I said, I did cut 4 of them. Several were dead. One was infested with carpenter ants. And one was touching my house. That's about it.
Those are you've already done those? You've already?
Yeah, I did.
So you can trim, you're allowed to vista prune any tree or vegetation on your property. You're just not allowed to stump them and then, take out an entire tree, but you can vista prune it. You can't like top them or anything like that. So I'm not sure what work is left to be done then.
Sounds like a half a yard of crushed stone is like nothing.
Yeah, no, there's not much.
I mean, you guys, if you want to just give him permission to do it and not issue anything, it sounds like the bulk of the work has already been done. Unless I'm like misunderstanding.
No, it has. It has. When you called and told me to stop, I was just about done, and I just didn't get a chance to go back and fill in the dips. I took out most of the giant ruts and got it level, but I didn't get a chance to, make it perfectly flat.
Well, I mean, the way I see it, if it's literally like Jack, if it's literally a half a yard of stone to finish this off, just do it.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I apologize. I will. I think next time I'll call you next year.
Yeah.
When I do it, I'll call Lucia.
I'm down there all the time. Come by and take a look at some point. I'm down there all the time walking.
Yeah. Anytime.
So make a motion to give Cobb Ave permission to finish work.
Okay. Is there a second on that?
Second.
All right, I am going to go ahead and do a roll call. So I have a motion made by Amanda, seconded by Rita Marie, for Jack to finish his work of evening out his driveway at Cobb Ave. Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack.
Yes.
Secretary Lazares.
Yes.
Commissioner Canton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi. Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi.
Yes.
All right, great. So 7-0, it passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Let's see. Number 11 is also under enforcement orders and violations. Railroad near Warren Street overpass and underpass. Trash will be removed by May 3rd, 2021 per recent correspondence with the MBTA. Cleanup should be completed by May 3rd per correspondence with the MBTA. So is there somebody here on that tonight, Lucia?
No, for the railroad, no, they have, I sent you guys an email. I received correspondence already, and they are going to clean it up by May 3rd. And they are also, in the same breath, they are also, I think they're actually going to be out there next week. And they're going to also be cleaning up from Brody's all the way down to Allen's Lane. Because that was, myself and Randy, the health inspector, we both emailed them last year trying to get them to clean it up, and they ignored us. And then this year, we had the Warren Street area. So when I finally got in touch with them, then that contact was able to help us get this work done. So next week, they're doing a huge cleanup in Peabody. DPS is going to be helping them. They're going to have trucks there to load some of the larger items. And I'm pretty excited about it, actually.
Good.
That was Randy, though.
So we can just move on, right?
Yes.
Okay, next, tree removal request. So, I think we're gonna, the subject of tree removal, I just want to put that off till later, because it's getting late. I want to get these folks through this, but I want to talk about that before we leave. So let's just jump to the requests for tree removal that we have before us tonight. Item number 12 on the agenda is the request by Richard and Carol Bernazzini. And they had submitted to us a request to remove some trees that are in danger of falling on their home. The location is 1 Crane Avenue. And I was able to go out there, I believe it was a week ago, and I met with Mr. and Mrs. Bernazzini, and we walked the site and looked at the trees, and I concur with their request to remove 6 trees that are leaning towards their home, and they would like to take them down. And I was in affirmative to that. But while we're at the site, there was another tree that was, let me get this right. There was another tree that was located on the right side next to one of the trees they're requesting. It was basically a triple trunk tree. There's 3 12-inch segments that go up. And one of the 12-inch segments is clearly leaning towards the house. And we discussed that. And I added that to the removal, so they would remove that 12-inch diameter leg that's leaning towards the house. Oh, you folks are there. I'm sorry.
And we're here. I don't know why the video's not up, but we're here. Hopefully you can hear us.
Okay. So if you want to just discuss this a little bit, you and I met at the site.
Yeah. So yeah, you got it right. I mean, the trees are there. We're trying to be proactive. We've had a couple that have come down through storms. One came down parallel to our property. You're looking at the sketch there. It was behind the ones that we're trying to take down, and there's another one further down that came down towards the property. So, you know, we've been looking at them. They're a threat, and they're a large distance from the wetland, and we just want to be proactive and take them down.
Yeah, it's quite a ways from the brook. Clearly, it's not on a slope that would be subject to create erosion conditions. Really flat at the bottom of the slope there. I have the plan that we talked about in the field, and I did sketch on the tree with the 3 trunks on it. I don't know if this is gonna work. I'm gonna turn this to my camera and see if you guys can see this, and see if you concur with this. Wait a minute.
I think so. I know that it's the ones we talked about. So yeah, it's over by it's over further from number 1.
Is that kind of where it was?
Yep.
Yeah, hangs over the bulkhead.
Exactly. Yeah.
Lucia, I can get this to you, so you'll have a record of it.
Perfect.
Yep. Do you want me to share my screen of what they submitted so far, and then
Yeah.
let me bear with me. I have to bop around. This is one crane, correct?
Yes.
I could have sworn there was a map in here. Hold on.
Yeah, there was.
I guess I don't know what I did with it. That's weird.
That's the one I just showed you.
Yeah. Oh, well, I guess that doesn't help. Sorry.
That's okay.
So they did fill out the form.
So can I make a motion to allow Crane Ave to remove said trees?
Lucia can go over the conditions that we request or require in removing a tree.
Do these need to be like stomped and grinded and grubbed? Like what was the plan?
No, the plan is just to make it safe. And so, but I spoke with these folks. You know, we don't pull the roots out. You cut the tree, you leave the trunk sticking up 3 or 4 feet, and that stays. So you're not disturbing, the root system stays. That tree will actually, if it's not dead, will actually regrow again. You'll get shoots that come off of that. But removal of tree for these things in the buffer zone, we don't grub the trees. So you'll cut it, take the tree away, and Lucia has a nice list of things that are done along with that.
So would it be for 7 trees to be removed, the original 6 plus the one that you noted on site? And they would be, they can be cut, but 3 feet of the tree needs to remain.
Right.
And that would be, I would put that,
Bruce, is that the right height?
Yes. It doesn't have to be, but it does need to stay a couple. Michael, one of the things, and again, I really appreciate you going out there and doing that. I mean, so somebody can put eyes on it. I think that in the future, and I saw the forms that they filled out, and I see there was some other requests from people they filled out. I think there's no I mean, you went out there. I think there was a hazard. You thought that was a hazard. I don't think it should be on the commission. I think that if someone wants to take a tree down, and they have to do that, somebody has to say, okay, it is a hazard. That's not not us. And
Right.
it has to be a certified arborist. Now, I appreciate you doing it, but if we can't do it, then who's going to be? Well, that's not our job to be riding around. We need to have a certified arborist. There was another request by someone, and I don't know if they're on tonight or not, that said that they wanted to take some trees down, and they had somebody from a tree removal company come down and say, okay, yeah, those trees are hazardous. Well, that's just a guy taking down trees. It really should be a certified arborist that makes that decision. Okay. So I don't know how we do that going forward, and I'm not sure. The forms just say. I even myself. I've been doing this for 40 years. I'm not so sure I'm qualified to tell you what a hazardous tree is. whether it is or it isn't.
Yeah.
Now, if it's leaning towards the house, any tree, if it's leaning past a certain degree, any tree is hazardous. It doesn't matter if it's healthy or not. It could break off from in a strong wind and hurt a house. So that's not really a question. I'm just saying going forward, after this, we should really kind of, it shouldn't be Lucia's job and it shouldn't be our job. I just think, you know, and it should be cut and dry. If you want to take some trees down because you feel that they're a hazard, you should have a certified arborist come out and say, okay, it is a hazard. Because a certified arborist has to, you know, it's like being a professional engineer. He has to be able to back it up.
I agree.
So, but as far as what we should do with this one, yeah, if they're going to cut them down, they definitely shouldn't grind them. They shouldn't stump them, and they should just leave them up about, 2 feet, 3 feet. You don't want to get them too low, then nothing will regrow.
Okay. So based on this property, we're good to go. You have who's going to take the trees down?
Well, I had one budgetary quote, but as I think I've discussed with you when you were out here, I wanted to shop around a little bit. I wasn't sure if that was a good price, a bad price, and I wanted to get the approval and then go find someone to take them down.
Okay. So what do we need to do now, Lucia, on this? That we have the report, we have the request.
Yep, and you conducted a site visit. Thank you so much, Mike. You have no idea how much you helped me. For some reason, my video won't start playing though. Hold on, sorry. So basically, you guys just need to make a motion saying 7 trees to be removed as shown on the hand-drawn plan. And they need to remain 2 to 3 feet in height. And then as soon as I have time, will then draft a letter, and most good tree companies will not cut any tree down if they see water without a letter from the agent.
Right.
Okay.
Good.
So just need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Was that Melissa?
Yeah.
With so many women now on the board, I don't know who it is. It's wonderful. Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack.
Yes.
Secretary Lazaris.
Yes.
Commissioner Canton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes, and I'm about to lose my Wi-Fi.
All right, Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
And so you basically just have to wait for me to draft that letter. Do you have a tree person lined up that's coming like now?
No, that's fair enough. We can wait. That's like I said, I wanted to get the approval and then we'll go find someone to do it. So we can work on your timeline.
Excellent.
All right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, item number 13. 7 Bartholomew House. You want to discuss this one, Lucia?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I'm just I closed out my
Whatever.
Yes, I actually have been to this site, 7 Bartholomew. I'm just getting stuff ready. If they could raise their hand, because I don't know, everyone who's left in the audience is just random telephones. Oh, here we go. And if we lost Amanda, if you guys no one else is running out of Wi-Fi, right? Like their Wi-Fi is going to go down, because I was told if Wi-Fi goes down in Peabody, the meeting's over. So I'm not sure if it's something with the storm that's brewing.
Yeah.
She did say that she was losing her Wi-Fi
Yeah.
right before she got cut off.
So, I mean, if you guys want to continue on without Amanda, I mean, there's only 2 other people in the audience and nothing is public hearings. It's just tree stuff. So
I'm okay if you're okay with it.
I'm okay. I would feel terrible if they sat all this time for nothing. But I'm going to put down that Amanda left at 10:30.
You want to remove 2 trees, right?
Yep, I can share. Sorry. Yep, 2 trees. And when I was on site, I actually noted another tree that looked a bit dangerous. But I'm sure it's probably fine. This first one, yeah, this first one is in their yard. I feel like on the other side of this fence is where the wetlands is, and it's right there, the wetlands pretty much. I mean, this one, it's up to you guys if you will allow them to grub it or grind it, whatever it's called. It's the one near the wetlands that I'm mostly concerned with. I think this is the one by the wetlands. I think you can see, right, correct? Are the owners still there? You guys are muted.
Yeah, we're still here.
This is the one by the wetlands, correct? That's your shed and the wetlands are right there?
Yep.
So this one you probably wouldn't want to, you would probably want to leave it the same as the last people, 2 to 3 feet.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yep.
And here's another glamour shot of that one. So the one in the yard's pretty much a no-brainer. And then this one right here is actually the tree that I was much more concerned with.
Yeah. Is that your property though on the other side?
Yes, behind that fence is, yeah. So that tree, the only reason we weren't concerned about it is because it wouldn't hit the house, and the other 2 would probably crush the house.
Okay.
You know, that hasn't grown big enough to even graze the house, so we weren't too concerned about it, but
Well, that one that's kind of hanging over, I mean, if you want to leave it, you could leave it, but as you go up the tree, that first bottom branch that kind of sticks out, you know,
Yep.
maybe just limb that branch off.
yeah, okay.
Just if you limb that branch off, that takes a little bit more weight off the tree. And if the other piece can't reach it, that would probably make the tree a little stronger.
Yeah. Okay.
So would it, the one hanging over the fence should be trimmed.
Yeah.
The one in the backyard can be grinded, because I'm assuming they're not going to want to have a stump in their backyard, correct?
Correct.
And then the one along the resource should be cut with 2 to 3 feet in height to remain.
Yep.
Is gonna make the motion that that's what we want him to do.
It's okay. Yep.
It's so moved.
Second?
Second.
Second by,
So made by Stu, seconded by Melissa, 3 trees. The one in the fenced-in yard can be grinded. The one on the fence can be trimmed. And the one in the resource needs to leave 2 to 3 feet in height. And I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Chairman Rizzo.
yes.
Vice Chairman Comack.
Yes.
Secretary Lazaros.
Yes.
Commissioner Canton.
Yes.
Commissioner Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Green's back. Yay. Hi, hi, Amanda.
I had to move houses. I'm in the next house now. Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so that is unanimous. And again, it's going to take me some time to draft these letters.
Yeah, that's no
So-
problem.
All right.
Okay. All right, so you're all set.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, next item, number 14 is 94 Goodale Street, Charlotte. Is that an L? Apika? Ian Pika. Are they here?
I put the only person to a panelist that I had, this Galaxy Tab. And then there's a telephone number, which I did just Google the number, and that is their telephone. I'm pretty sure it came up as with that the last name of what I have for record. So I can unmute. I don't know who this Galaxy Tab is. I don't know. Maybe that's them. But if they are on a tablet, you have been promoted to a panelist and you can unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand if you're in the audience. I don't think phones can actually raise their hands. So I guess I'm going to go ahead and allow it to talk, this number to talk.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know if anyone else can.
Oh, here we are.
Hi.
We're new at this, so we're not big on technology.
There you are.
Hi, Michelle.
So,
So I have some pictures pulled up. I think these are the right pictures.
Yes, they are. That's a picture of the large tree. That shows a couple of trees in, you'll see that large one, how it's leaning toward the house. And the thin one also, that's right before it.
so there's 2 trees in question.
Yes, one's a direct hit to the house, and the next couple of pictures will show it. And then the smaller one is aiming right at the house, the front of the house corner and the power lines.
I have not been out to this site and I presently cannot walk, so I am not going to be able to do any site visits in the near future.
That picture right there shows the two trees right to the right.
So those two trees?
Yes, that's the large one right there, and then the thin one right to the right of that. But I think there's a next picture that I took from the other angle, the other side, from the back of the house. Yeah, that shows it right there. That's the large one right there, and it's like dead center with our house.
Yeah.
And we had an arborist come out, Keats Tree Service, and they did write it on the paperwork.
Yeah, I see that.
And if you see on those pictures around that particular large tree, you'll see that over the years, other trees have fallen right up against it or right next to it into the brook. So it seems like it's an area where trees are falling in the past. And if you
The one that
do a close-up, I'm sorry.
one looks like straight. One is looks like as straight as an arrow. Is that just because of the angle that the photo was taken?
It might be, yes. Well, that if you're talking about one of the first ones, I took that from the house into the brook to show how large the tree was, but it will show it straight.
And that's the one that's
that picture right here that's on the screen shows the leaning right toward our house.
Yeah.
So it's these two trees, this one right here, and this one?
That one right there. Yes, those are the two.
Those are the two. Okay.
And those are the only trees?
Those are the only trees.
I could go by there.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of when I'd get out there. Maybe would Monday be okay or something? Maybe.
Yeah, that's fine. Anytime that you're free to go. We've already submitted. We are going with Keats Tree Service, and it's just a question of seeing if we can get approval. So we are definitely dealing with them, and we're on the schedule, but they won't actually do anything until we find out. But that particular site right there, that picture, that aerial shot shows exactly where those trees are, where the circle is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if you get close to those trees too, especially the large one, you'll see that the bark, a lot of the bark on the base of it is all like falling off. That makes us even more concerned. And having the roots right there where the brook is, and seeing other trees that have already fallen next to it. Actually, one trunk is, I think, leaning right on the base of that tree. So it's like it's kind of concerning to us. I think when you do come out and take a look at it, you'll get to really see how this thing is aiming right for our bedrooms.
Okay. Does Lucia have your phone number?
I think yes, she should. Yes, I think so. If not, I could give it to you.
So if I can get your phone number, I could probably call you maybe over the weekend, and maybe I can get out there Monday during the day.
That'll be fine.
Are you around during the day?
That'll be fine.
Yes, are you around during the day?
Oh yes, yes, I'm around. Okay. Hey, there's another concern too when you come out. If you take a look at, we were concerned, especially one of the trunks of one of the older trees that has fallen in the past has fallen across the brook, and I'm not sure if that's a concern for the Conservation Commission that tree eventually will probably snap and fall into the brook, and would that obstruct the flow? It's not it's not involving any danger toward us, but I'm just saying for the overall brook.
I can take a look at
one of the pictures.
I can take a look at it when I come over.
Yeah, because they're pretty corroded, and I think it's a matter of time. I know it's pretty thick, but it looks like eventually it's going to crack right into the brook.
Yeah, generally, normal tree fall is part of nature.
Okay.
And so that's just trees provide habitat, and fallen trees provide habitat, and
right.
Well,
it's a nice crossing. It's a nice crossing for squirrels.
If it's a dam coming up.
Yeah, but eventually, I was just concerned that that's going to just fall into the brook and maybe change the flow of it at that particular spot.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know much about it, but it was just something I thought I'd bring up.
You can show me when I come out.
Yeah, definitely. You can't miss it. It's right next to the tree that's gonna be taken down, hopefully.
Okay. Okay, so I will get your number from Lucia,
Okay.
and maybe we can get together on Monday.
Do you want me to email it to Lucia right now?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll do that right
I'm
now.
actually on vacation tomorrow, so if you can email it to me right now, I can before I go to bed, I can email it right along to Chairman Rizzo.
Thank you. I will do it right now.
So it's 2 trees in that location.
Yes.
Are we gonna have them do the same, leave it 2 to 3 feet in height?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's definitely, yes. Oh, I thought you were asking me.
Well, that's great that you agree with it.
Yeah, the height of, yeah, definitely not, they don't need to be grinded. It's just, I don't think at 2 or 3 feet, they're a danger to a house at that point.
They potentially could grow again and have more.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be great.
All right. So when you can email Lucia your phone number, she'll get it to me, and I'll reach
will.
out to you over the weekend.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it and looking forward to seeing you Monday.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Good night.
Good night.
So you guys do need to make a motion for that one too. I mean, I don't know if going forward you need to, but I just feel like it's better to make a motion so we know where everyone stands.
Yep.
So it would be the 2 trees and the same condition we left on everything, 2 to 3 feet in height to remain. And then about the one that's going across the river, I mean, it's really up to your call. If you think that a tree person can pull it out without it wreaking havoc and causing Pandora's box on the bank, that would be fine. But as you said, they're like little highways for, they're wildlife highways. So I'm going to go ahead if someone actually needs to make that motion, not me.
Motion made.
Amanda so moved it.
Seconded.
All right, I'm going to do a roll call. Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Comack.
Yes.
Secretary Lazares.
Yes.
Commissioner Canton.
Yeah.
Commissioner Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
And Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Okay. That covers anybody that's here tonight. So back to the original topic about tree removal. Lucia's got so much other stuff to do. She's pretty buried with things. I think with 7 members of the commission, we need to, step up and take on, on tree. We have requests to remove trees. I mean, property owner is responsible to submit the request. Property owner will be required to get a tree specialist, but we should be able to get out there and make the observation. Part of the approval is that the commission, if it's jurisdictional to our resource areas, then we would go out and make an observation. So we need to be doing that together. There's no reason why we can't pitch in, or there can't be a committee, a tree committee, to handle these as they come up. So don't everybody jump at once.
So just to review, like what would be involved? You go and evaluate the tree, make a decision, and present it in front of the board, or would it just be handled outside of?
So we're not making the decision that if we hold the people to reach out to a tree specialist, certified arborist, to come out, make the call. We're not making the call. We're not. The the expert's saying the tree should come down. And we're just going to observe where the tree is and whether there's anything else we need to impose on the area. You know, maybe it's a special kind, a tree that has a lot of value, but the house is in danger of being, you know, to life and limb. No pun intended. But maybe at that point we would say, okay, we'll take the tree down, but you have to put something back. You need to put 2 saplings back, or you need to put some high bush blueberries in along that slope. Something like that might be a condition that we would see would be appropriate. But every site is different.
Right.
So
with guidance and maybe some like little checklist of things, I would be happy to be involved in that.
Yeah, Lucia's got a checklist, which she's got a whole thing that kind of spells out the what
requirements are.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to also volunteer if I had the right checklist.
Great. Awesome. All right.
I'll volunteer too, and I don't need a checklist.
There we go. I appreciate it. That's great. That's great. And
I can obviously do that, but I cannot do it from March 15th through July 15th.
And with 7 of us, I mean, whether we live in areas that covers the whole city, I'm in West Peabody, so something comes up, gee, Mike, I was going to go out there, but I can't get there, and it's right down the street from me. So think about that too. You may have maybe one of the requests might be somebody on your street or somebody less than a half a mile away. Speak up and say, yeah, I can cover this one, that kind of thing. But knowing that we have 3 people to rely on a regular basis is a great start, and I appreciate it.
I just ask if, like, when one of these emails come out, it's like in big letters in the subject, like need volunteer to check out this tree.
Tree committee or something.
Yeah, something like identifying marker there.
Yep. All right. Okay, back to the agenda. I think we're almost there. We have under other, we have minutes from March. They're not quite ready. Stu.
Yes.
Yeah, so Stu gave a presentation at our CPC meeting, did a great job. And if you want to give us an update, that'd be great.
CPC typically works in a 3-month cycle. We presented. They will vote on it next month, I believe, and hopefully give us money. We're looking for $150,000. In this case, to clean up Elginwood Pond and Mill Pond. And in the interim, we're going to be attacking both of those with herbicides and algicides, and that will take care of the vegetation that grows up this year. And ultimately, at the end of the summer, we'll see if we can get into the hydro raking and the mechanical harvesting. So it's like a start to get this thing cleaned up. We had some success last year with Devil's.
Oh, we lost you. We lost you, Stu.
Are you there? Am I there? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. I said we had some success last year with Devil's Dishful in that we put down herbicide to kill all the lily pads and all the plants that were growing there. And by the end of the 3rd application, the residents were saying that they could now canoe and boat and fish anywhere in Devil's Dishful. The same process I want to use for these 2 ponds as well. And this is all under the application of chemicals would typically fall under Department of Public Services using Solitude. The funding that I'm looking for is to get in there and get rid of the debris that's left when you kill off all these plants. And we're still working on where to put it and stuff. So next month I'll have more information.
Excellent. Yeah, and the mayor's on board, so we'll look, there's a good chance we'll get that money, so.
Oh, yeah.
So is it gonna get massacred like Crystal Pond and like all the wildlife like freaks out and takes off and like they're all in Elginwood Pond right now, hanging out all like happy and stuff. So,
well, Crystal Lake, the swans have returned.
Not like they were.
No, but they're there, and the city did stock the Crystal Lake with something like 5,000 fish. So it's not like the wildlife isn't there. We're doing everything we can just to make sure that these things happen. Killing off the plant life in Devil's Dishful did not kill off any fish or any animals. So we'll see what happens, as the summer goes on with Elginwood Pond. If nothing else, it'll make it look better.
Yeah, no, it's important.
And
as I mentioned to the at the CPC meeting, this is a great way of managing or creating more open space, usable open space. But this kind of work needs to go in conjunction with a dredging project.
Well, we're not dredging because we don't want to say that word, but we're going to clean out the bottom and give it some more depth and hold more water and stuff. But it's a maintenance thing. I
think that actually creating the open space, the usable open space. So it doesn't become maintenance, but as it gets worse.
Well, it becomes we're restoring it. Yeah.
Restoring, but then it becomes maintenance. But what needs to, I said the word dredging because those two procedures that you talked about, they're great. I mean, they do the job, but it's not every 3 to 5 years you got to do it again. But
perhaps
that doesn't increase the depth. It doesn't remove the sediment in the soils and the organics and things in the bottom to create a deeper water body. It only takes out the vegetation. So with the shallow water, the vegetation is going to grow again. You need to get the depth.
The hydro rake will take out the roots and the debris as you go down, and you pull the stuff up, leave it on the side of the lake or pond, and it will dry out and become usable mulch, and we can possibly give it off to farms. But the point is that, yeah, you're right, it won't dig down 8 feet. We could do that, but we have no need to do it. And if we go down 1 foot and bring up all of the sediment, that's great.
Yeah.
And again, it'll kill the roots, and it will stop the plants from growing back as quickly. And Mother Nature's going to win on this one, no question.
Yeah.
But much like we were talking about earlier with maintenance of parking lots and drain lines and stuff, the city has to step up and start taking care of some of the stuff because we're losing the battle.
It's all money. It's all got to do with money, Stuart.
Oh, I know. I mean, at any rate, I can't. Right now, we've got the money coming, so I'm going to pursue doing this. And we'll have a plan of action by next month.
Oh, you did a good job, Stuart.
Thanks.
All righty, let's move on. It's late. So, I think that was it. So if somebody wants to make a motion to adjourn, I'd be delighted.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. So how'd you like your first meeting, Rita Marie?
Good, a little bit long though. Boy, I wasn't used to the length.
This is not how they're normally not this long.
Oh, no? Okay.
What about the ones we used to do till midnight?
Well, that was a long time ago. That was a long, long time ago. We don't have
Oh, God.
so.
It's eye-opening, though. Thank you.
Large agenda, because a lot of things get continued. So as we clean these up, then there'll be less items on the agenda and they go quicker. So.
So I do need a second on that adjourn. If you want to just raise your hand, I'm not going to do a roll call.
Oh, yeah, really.
All right, so.
All right, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
And thank you, PAT.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.